And here we see in the suited room our Commander Rominger, who will be flying the approach and the docking to the International Space Station. And our pilot, Rick Husband, will be doing the departure from the International Space Station when Discovery undocks. And Julie Payette from the Canadian Space Agency. She'll be in charge of Unity systems while Discovery is docked to the International Space Station, working also with Valeri Tokarev and monitoring Zarya's system. And she's the lead crew member for any in-flight maintenance of station systems or hardware. And going over to the other side of the room, Mission Specialist Tammy Jernigan. She'll serve as the prime spacewalking crew member on STS-96, designated EV-1. And you'll notice her because of her striped spacesuit. And she'll also be the first crew member to enter the International Space Station the day after she conducts her spacewalk with Dan Barry. Ellen Ochoa is Mission Specialist number 2. She'll be the prime robot arm operator during STS-96, using the arm to maneuver Tammy Jernigan and Dan Barry for certain tasks during the spacewalk. And she'll also be the prime crew member in charge of the tools to be used in Discovery's rendezvous with the International Space Station and for activating systems on the Space Hab module. Here is Dr. Dan Barry, MS number 3. In addition to his role as one of 2 of the spacewalkers during the flight, he'll be in charge of the operation of the various computers that the crew members will be using. And Dr. Barry will be one of 3 crew members responsible for systems on the International Space Station during the dock phase of the flight. And here is Valeri Tokarev. He'll be joining Tammy Jernigan as the first crew members to enter the International Space Station on day 5 of the flight, and will be responsible for Zarya's systems during the docked phase. And he will be joined by Julie Payette for the swap out of the battery voltage regulators. Ellen Ochoa once again. Tammy Jernigan back across the room now to our Commander Rominger. Crew will begin boarding Discovery at about 3:30 a.m. this morning. And once again, the countdown continues to go smoothly. The final inspection team still down on the 0 level of the mobile launcher platform, finishing up their activities. They have several objectives while they're there. Most importantly, to assess the thermal integrity on the external tank and look for any ice or frost. And they'll be measuring temperatures on various parts of the vehicle. and looking around the pad for any loose debris that could fly up and strike the shuttle during launch. The team is a combination NASA and United Space Alliance team primarily. And they also have an infrared scanner that they can use to spot any leaks on the tank or any areas where ice might be forming. And they have a very highly visible day-glow orange suit that they wear, which are protective coveralls that are anti-static and flame resistant. And they also each carry a self-contained breathing pack with about 10 minutes of emergency air should they need that. As far as ice is concerned, the criteria call for no observable ice on the top of the external tank, since this could break off and strike the orbiter's windows, and of course this was a primary concern when hail struck the orbiter during a thunderstorm once it was out at the pad. And all of those repairs were completed in the vehicle assembly building. But in essence, no more than a 1/16 of an inch of ice on the side of the external tank facing the orbiter is allowable. Frost can be observed. That's not usually a problem, but with the weather conditions such as we have today, we're not expecting to see any ice or frost of significance. Again, they're able to observe by using the portable infrared scanner the entire surface of the external tank, and they can also use binoculars to look for anything that might be of concern. And this same team goes back out after launch and inspects the pad area to look for anything unusual, particularly anything that might have fallen off the shuttle, and to look for any debris that might be found along the immediate coastline along the beach. And tomorrow they'll be reviewing all the high-speed film and videotapes to determine any possible launch damage to Discovery during its ascent. And as we've mentioned, all of their tools have not revealed anything unusual this morning. The inspections have gone very well. Once they get back to the Launch Control Center area, the manager of the final inspection team will give a report to the launch director. We have about 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this 2-hour built-in hold as our countdown activities continue to go smoothly for the launch of Discovery morning at approximately 6:49 a.m. Eastern Time. The major objective of the first shuttle mission of this year is the transfer of almost 2 tons of logistical supplies from Shuttle Discovery to the first components of the International Space Station now orbiting the Earth. These supplies will be used not only to continue the outfitting of the Unity and Zarya modules that are already joined together in orbit, but will also be used by a future shuttle assembly crew later this year to set up the Russian service module for occupancy by a 3-man crew which will occupy the shuttle. And in addition to the supply and delivery, the astronauts will deploy a small satellite called Starshine on the very last day of the mission, which will be observed by students around the world as they calculate its precise orbit and the rate of its orbital decay over a period of time. At T-minus 3 hours and holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours in holding. We're standing by now to come out of this planned 2-hour built-in hold in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. T-minus 3 hours and counting. And in about another 20 minutes or so, we should see the astronauts leave the crew quarters to head out to launch pad 39B. This is the Astrovan that will take the crew for about a 20-minute ride out to the pad, located on the northernmost edge of Complex 39.
169, 168.
And all our countdown activities continuing to go smoothly for launch at approximately 6:49 this morning. At T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes, 15 seconds, and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 2 hours, 51 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. We're here in the firing room. We've been joined by astronaut Rick Linehan, veteran of 2 space flights, having logged over 787 hours in space. His first flight was STS-96, launched in 1996, logged 406 hours on that mission, and then STS-90, the Neuralab flight, the 16-day Space Lab mission, where he logged 381 hours. So that combined gives him 787 hours. Rick has his undergraduate degree from the University of New Hampshire and his doctorate from Ohio State University. And Rick will be here talking with us for the next hour and a half or so as the crew members board Space Shuttle Discovery. First of all, Rick, tell us what's been going on in the cockpit up to this point. The crew's not out there, but another astronaut is.
Yeah, well, good morning, George. There's been a lot of activity, actually, over, well, the last 4 to 5 days. Good morning, George. There's been a lot of activity over the last several days. As a matter of fact, I'm part of a crew down here called C-Squareds, or astronaut support personnel that get the shuttle ready for the crew. And in fact, over the last several days, yesterday we were in it making sure the switches were in the correct positions, payloads look good, seat setups for all the crew members in terms of their preferences, in terms of their headrest, their personal equipment, things of that nature, or ship shape. The crew right now is getting ready to head on out and go up from the pad to the 195 level and get into the orbiter.
And there is an astronaut support person out there in the flight deck as well, I think, right now, doing some preparation for their arrival. Is that the case?
Yeah, that's right. Mark Polanski's out there this morning, one of the C-Squareds in the team down here, and he's been assigned to fly about a year from now. He's a pilot next Air Force, and he'll be the guy who straps the crew in, takes care of them this morning, and the last guy in the cockpit with him before they shut the door.
Well, you've gone through what the crew is going through right now a couple of times, and they're about to head out to the pad. What was going through your mind when you walked out, headed for the pad the first time?
Well, it's funny, going from crew quarters this morning, as I walked out, I looked down the hallway and saw everyone standing there and realized that the crew is, just finishing breakfast and they're in there, and it made me kind of like spring back and realize what it was like about a year ago from now.
Well, we're standing by here for just another couple of minutes to see the astronauts leave the crew quarters.
She did.
Meanwhile, here in the firing room, most of the communications channels are fairly quiet. There has been a very smooth countdown going on and not a lot of activity to talk about from a troubleshooting standpoint. And if this continues, we should be headed for an on-time liftoff, which right now we anticipate will be just after 6:49 this morning, and we'll be adjusting that during about the last hour of the countdown.
Yeah, it's been a very smooth flow. As I said, we were in it yesterday, and Mark's up there today, and the switch list, the preparations have gone without a hitch. Systems have all been in great shape. Things are looking very good this morning. Weather's holding. Discovery's all set to go, and the crew's in preparation to make their way to the pad.
When the crew's in the Astrovan going on to the pad, what's going on? Are you talking, or is it fairly quiet, or are you?
Well, I guess it depends on the individual. I know a lot of times you joke and you kid around, but there's also at the same time a million things going through your head. one of the hardest things for me my first flight was, you know, people were telling me, oh, you need to get some sleep, get some rest beforehand, and you lay there the night before and you go, how can I possibly get any rest? You know, I'm going to go into space tomorrow morning, and the thing that everyone's thinking of, especially the first-time flyers, is, you know, what's it going to be like, and I want to make sure that I've gone through everything in my head. I know exactly what my duties are, the sequence of what I need to do in terms of switch throws, preparations, things of that nature. So everyone, you know, they've all got smiles on their faces, and you'll see all that aspect of it, and it's true, everyone's happy, but there's a million things going through their heads right now about, you know, what they've done over the last year or so of training and how they're going to coordinate and be that team who gets the space shuttle in orbit.
And as you're lying there in your seat waiting for launch, is that same kind of thing going through your mind? Is it still pretty much business?
Yeah, it's business, but it's I think the first time it really dawned on me that I was actually going to do this was at TCDT, and that stands for Terminal Countdown. That is really the dress rehearsal for launch, where the crew and everybody is full up simulated for the launch, and that occurs usually 2 to 4 weeks before the real launch. Now the crew's been through that, and they've got a feeling for what the real cockpit is like, how things are set up. But until you get in this morning and you go through this, it really starts to dawn on you that you're going to actually do this. And as I said, there's a lot going through your head, and you've got several hours after you're strapped in to lay there and go through procedures and think about it. And I know everyone is really looking forward to feeling those main engines light and getting off the pad.
Well, your next flight is when? There's one out there on the horizon for you. Is it coming up?
Well, hopefully there is one out on the horizon, but I haven't been assigned to it yet. I just finished flying my second mission, which was STS-90 about a year ago now. We landed last May, and my job assignment after that has been as a C-squared. So I'm down here with Mark and several of the other guys. Joe Tanner's the head C-squared. He's flown several times. And in fact, Joe is training for another mission right now. He will be doing EVAs on the space station for assembly.
Now, right now in the countdown, the final inspection team is clearing the pad and headed back to the Launch Control Center to deliver their report. And we're still awaiting the crew to head out toward the launch pad. Here we see the awaiting crowd of news media to greet them.
And the old silver bullet there, the Astro van waiting to take them to the pad.
And here they come.
Big smiles.
Headed out of the suit-up room toward the elevator.
There's Julie Payette from the Canadian Space Agency.
And there, of course, our Canadians are very pleased right now because the Canadian Space Station Remote Manipulator System is now here at the Cape, beginning its preparations for launch.
That's right.
Over in the Space Station Processing Facility. So here in just a moment, we'll see them come out of the elevator, and you can see KSC employees waiting there to wish them well.
This is when you know it's for real, when you walk out and see everybody, and it's wow. It's like a lot of lights, a lot of people. Some people you recognize, the media. It's really a big surge of adrenaline. So if you're not awake yet, you're definitely awake now. And everybody boards the van, and what they'll do is when they get inside is they're in their ACES suits now, which are the launch suits, the pressure suits that you see them in the orange, big orange bags. They'll get in and sit down in the Astrovan, and they'll hook up to suit cooling. It'll actually be ventilated on a blower so they don't get hot as they sit down and drive out to the pad. And as you said, George, there'll be a lot of, they'll sit there and there'll be a lot of talk and banter now as they're in amongst themselves.
And there's a stop along the way to let off the pilot that'll be flying the shuttle training aircraft. Is that correct?
That's right.
And he's riding with them?
That's right. The chief of the astronaut office, who's flying the aircraft, the weather, and what happens is he'll get off, give them a little pep talk, brief talk, and after he gets off, he'll go over to the shuttle landing facility where we'll get him one of the STAs, which are the shuttle training aircrafts, and he'll go up and fly around the Kennedy Space Center, looking at the weather, you know, seeing what kind of precipitation might be in the area, winds, things of that nature, and if we go for launch here. And of course, they'll coordinate with the downrange TAL sites and check with weather there to make sure everything looks good at those sites also.
Well, there they go. It's about a 20-minute ride out to the pad or so. And while the crew is en route to the pad, we have a series of interviews with each of the crew members that was done before they arrived at the Cape for launch. And we'll begin with Commander Kurt Rominger, who was asked about the priorities of the small satellite called Starshine that will be deployed and what it's used for. So we'll hear now from Commander Kent Rominger.
If you look at the priority list for our mission, the number one priority after rendezvous and docking is to transfer the equipment. And the number one priority is to transfer the equipment from the space hub, the internal equipment. So if we do that, we will have been considered a success. However, on board, I'm sure for us personally to have considered the mission a full success, the spacewalk is very important as well. We'd like to transfer all this equipment we're hauling up on this cargo carrier to station as well. So, you know, really, if we can get the equipment on station, whether it's left as neatly and tidy and as pretty as you'd like, if we can just leave it there such that it's there in a safe manner, then I think we'd be considered a full success. This Starshine project is really an educational tool, and it's a very interesting one. It's a satellite that's, you know, about the size of like a big basketball, about a foot in diameter, and it has hundreds of mirrors on it. And each one of these mirrors was hand polished by a group of students or science project or different teams, most of them school-aged, college-age groups, and from all around the world. So Europe, U.S., Australia, many, many countries all have taken part in this. And the reason for this satellite and these reflective surfaces is that once it's deployed at a couple hundred miles up, you'll be able to see it. So you'll be able to see it with your eye. And so also you can track it with telescopes. But these different groups now are going to track this. It'll be a project where they'll track it, they'll use some basic principles of orbital mechanics and watch it. It'll decay in its orbit. It won't stay up forever. As a matter of fact, it'll only stay up a matter of months. But as it comes down, its period will change, for example, and by timing it and tracking it, they'll be able to learn a lot about basic orbital mechanics. It should be very interesting for them.
Rick Husband is the pilot sitting in the right seat aboard Space Shuttle Discovery for STS-96. And Rick was asked, where does this mission fit in terms of the space station assembly sequence, and as the first mission to dock, what will be the most challenging about the rendezvous and docking maneuver?
A lot of missions that will be going up and installing pieces on the station where they'll be using the robotic arm and they don't have a clear, direct view of where that piece is going. So those will be some of the pretty top end of the challenge missions. Our mission from the standpoint of construction on the space station won't quite be that high because we're supposed to be going up and transferring some logistic supplies and also installing some equipment on the outside of the station. So those will be challenges in and of themselves, but the thing that will be challenging for us is the fact that since we are the first mission to dock with the station, and in the configuration of the station's in, they had not originally expected that we would be docking with just the node in the FGB. The attitude tolerances that the station maintains are a little bit wider than what the station will be later on. So the rendezvous and docking, the docking especially, will be a little bit more challenging from that respect. There's only a certain amount of equipment and supplies that can be taken up on one mission. And there has been another logistics flight added for after the service module arrives. So we'll be the first of the logistics flights, and then there'll be some more that continue throughout the rest of the program. So ours is just kind of the first step in the sequence to making sure that the station is outfitted properly for people to be able to stay there for an extended time.
That was pilot Rick Husband, be in the right seat on Discovery for STS-96. Mission Specialist number 1 is Tammy Jernigan. She's the most experienced astronaut with 1,277 hours in space and will also be doing a spacewalk on this flight. She was asked what the STS-96 mission is about in terms of building the International Space Station and the overall significance of this flight.
We're called a logistics and supply mission because we're not bringing up another major module. But what we're doing is we're bringing up a lot of logistics that will carry inside the space station, most of which will go over to the space station side from the space shuttle, but also some of which will go from the space shuttle externally mounted on the space station. And the supplies are, for example, for the first crew on board, and they're also to help with the construction of the space station in the future. We're taking up 2 cranes in the sense, as you might see a construction worker use a crane to move large pieces from point A to point B. We have a U.S. crane, and we also have a Russian crane that we're going to take up with us and install externally via spacewalk on the International Space Station. And there are many other tools that we'll also be taking up that will facilitate that construction in the future. What you'll see on the ground is the station coming together at about 0.1 feet per second with the space shuttle. You'll see very good alignment from the docking mechanism on the station side and the shuttle side. And just before we dock, there are thrusters that are fired that are called contact thrusters. And so when you're about 2 inches from mating, you fire these thrusters to facilitate the docking and the catching of the latch mechanism. And then the station is allowed to, and the shuttle are allowed to get rid of their relative motion. So the relative motion between the two will damp, and then we will basically pull the station and the shuttle together. And when they get close enough together, the docking hooks will close to hook the 2 components together.
That was Mission Specialist number 1, Tammy Jernigan. Mission Specialist Ellen Ochoa is MS number 2 on this flight. This is her 3rd shuttle mission, and she'll be participating in some of the rendezvous and docking activities. She was asked how many crew members will be involved in the rendezvous and docking, and what will they all be doing, and how will it work?
In a big picture sense, we're still training for all the same major tasks: rendezvous and docking, doing a spacewalk, operating the robotic arm, and of course just the general operation of all the systems on the shuttle, in the space hab, and on the station. What has changed is some of the more specific tasks, and I think that will probably continue to change even as we get closer to launch. And I think that is really a reflection of operating where we actually have a station on orbit all the time now, and the situation on board the station can change, and that will always affect shuttles going up to dock with the station. There's 4 of us primarily that are working together during this part of the rendezvous and docking, and the pilot and commander, Kent and Rick, are really doing all the flying actions, and particularly Kent is at the controls. Tammy operates the handheld laser and will also be operating the docking mechanism. I'm at the laptop computer, making sure that we have a good view of our trajectory and that it's giving us good information about where we're headed. And we're all basically talking to each other and backing each other up on each action that we're performing during that time. We're sort of approaching from below the station, but then we do a fly around so that we don't interfere with any of the antennas on the station, which need to be in contact with the ground stations, so that during the final part of the approach, we'll be coming in from above the station. So basically, the station is between us and the Earth. Should be some great views as we do that approach. That
was Mission Specialist Ellen Ochoa. Mission Specialist Dr. Dan Barry is MS number 3, and he'll be joining Tamara Jernigan on her spacewalk. And he was asked how important it's been for the STS-96 crew to discuss the experiences and observations and perceptions of the first space station crew on STS-88 and what the risks are this time.
Absolutely essential to hear from the people who have been there before. I can tell you, first off, their impressions of inside the station is fantastic. The opportunity to have this much volume, to move about, the sense that this is a place where people are really going to live, the concept that this is the place where we're going to prepare to go to Mars just gives you chills. It's really exciting, and I think the 88 crew, hearing them talk about it, they had a full appreciation for all those things, and they've relayed those sort of thoughts and feelings back to us. On the outside of the station for EVA, what I'm hearing is it's a jungle out there. There's cables and antennas, and there's a lot of structure that we have to study in great detail and be sure that we don't disturb the work that they've done, bump an antenna, bang a radiator. There really are a lot of very delicate objects on the outside of this structure. So that's one of the things that will be different, I think, from my last spacewalk, where I was pretty much confined in the shuttle bay, and we had a satellite to watch out for that you didn't kick. But here, I really feel like I have to be very aware of where I am and where my feet are, where all of my suit is all the time.
Mission Specialist Dr. Dan Barry. MS-4 is Julie Payette, an astronaut of the Canadian Space Agency. She's making her first flight and is very enthusiastic about the goals for the space station and the international involvement. She was asked why the work is so important and the international participation by the foreign partners.
The space station is a laboratory, but it's also an observation post. We'll be monitoring the Earth. We'll be preparing experiments that will benefit us all here on the Earth by providing new techniques, new technology, new ideas. Basic research, fundamental to our progress, fundamental to our future. Inside the International Space Station, we'll be trying to tame an environment in which we didn't evolve to live in, called microgravity. We humans have evolved to live under the normal gravity of the Earth. When we are in space or traveling long distance to other places, and we sure want to do that one day, we have to be able to function in an environment which has quite a lot of effect physiologically, biologically on our body. And we have to study that on long periods if we want to undertake long period voyage to other planets like Mars. Inside the International Space Station, we'll be able to see our planet on large scale, but also on long periods of times, do time series photo documentation of our environment, and how we conduct business right here on the Earth. It is our survival. The Earth is our only spaceship. At the moment, it's the only place we have to live. We can't live anywhere else. Even on board the International Space Station, we've got to bring everything with us. Our water, our food, our air supply, and everything else to protect us against that hostile environment. And that's another of the aspects that we do inside the International Space Station. But then when it comes down to why do we need to go further? Why do we need to explore? Well, this has been part of our past, part of our present, and it will be part of our future.
And finally, we will hear from Valeri Tokarev, colonel in the Russian Air Force, working at the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center in Star City, Russia. He was asked his opinion on the importance of our future in space and how it contributes to mankind.
My opinion, but I am sure it is absolutely necessary to build.
Where we see the astronauts just arriving at the launch pad in the Astrovan. And Rick, do they all go up in the same elevator at one time?
Yeah, you can see that they've just arrived at the base of the pad here, and right next to them is the wide vent of the closeout crew. The closeout crew is a team of highly skilled and trained professionals who will assist in the ingress procedure for the crew, and would also assist them if there was a problem and needed to get them off the pad. The crew themselves will all depart the van, walk up to the base elevator and board it, and go up to the 195 foot level, where they'll all get out, and then they'll kind of be there for a while everyone's getting ready to get them in, and they'll take their turns in order of progression in terms of their crew staffs, in terms of their MS number or seat number, in terms of who walks down and gets in first.
And here we see...
There's a picture of the 195 level right there, and you'll see them get off the elevator shortly. And as they come out, you can see right there, there's kind of an emblazoned pathway in the gantry floor. And that would be in case there was an emergency egress situation where they would have to come back out of the shuttle and walk back over to the other side, where they would take rescue baskets down. And of course that allows them, if there was low visibility, to look down and see where they're going.
And here they are. They all don't go into the white room at one time, do they? They kind of...
No, George, it's a fairly small, crowded place in there, and what they do is they'll take turns in terms of number of crew going in at once. It's kind of a choreographed affair where it's been practiced and planned, and two usually will go down at once. One will be in the back of the white room while the other crew member puts on his the lower torso harness assembly and gets ready to crawl in, where they'll be put in their chairs and strapped in. You can see now there's a great shot of the walkway going over to Discovery. You can see some of the reflection of the xenons in the side of Discovery.
And these are the closeout crew.
Yeah, that's Carlos Gillis right there, one of the suit techs. Jeannie, who's been working as one of the suit group people for a number of years. I think she told me she's strapped in some of the original guys, and there's a lot of history there. The impressive thing is that you look at all these people and you see Discovery out on the pad, and we've seen the crew go, and when you look out there, you realize that it's been, you know, years in the making and thousands of people involved in getting a shuttle off the ground, and all these people are really devoted to their job, have years of training, and just very impressive individuals. You can see that the hatch is swung over to the side now with the emblazoned words of Discovery over it. Each shuttle has its own little hatch cover there. And as you look in, that is the side hatch to Discovery. There's Chris Minert right there, one of the closeout crew.
And has that hatch cover got some function to keep dust and debris? And
yeah, it protects it protects the hatch. There are latch mechanisms in the hatch, and it not only keeps it from any foreign object debris or whatever getting in there, but it also protects people going in and out, so they don't catch themselves in the latches or damage maybe any of the mechanisms. And right now what you see is there's a lot of preparation going on now. Jeannie's making sure everything's set up. The harnesses are all laid out. As the first crew members will walk down, Jeannie will have them turn around and make sure everything looks good, and then they'll step into their harness and they'll pick that harness right up around them and put that on. And they're just making sure that everyone's set and ready to go. All the crew have color codes depending on where they're sitting, and each harness and all their personal equipment will be color coded along with them to match. And they're making sure that, of course, everything does match before they get ready to suit them up.
Now, the commander and pilot always get in first, but how do they decide what the order is after that?
Well, actually, the commander will get in first, followed by one of the mid-deck MSs, and then the pilot will come down, and at that time, another MS will follow him in and go into mid-deck. So what they try to do is load the mid-deck and, the flight deck and the mid-deck at the same time. The commander and pilot get in, and for them it's probably the hardest to access the chairs because their seats, I should say. If you can imagine yourself in an automobile, in the front seat the commander and pilot, and the back seat is the mid-deck, and take that and stand it up on its tail lights, you can imagine that the volume looks a little bit different when you walk in. And when you're used to something in the horizontal and your brain all of a sudden has to deal with it in another situation, you would think it would be easy, but there are different things you have to look at. You have to know where to step. And as the pilot and commander get in, you'll see Ken as he gets in there, specific handholds he'll have to grab. Has to be very careful with his feet as he pulls himself up into a seat in his back. We want to make sure that no switches are put in the wrong position, things of that nature. That over the last couple days, people have been very careful to make sure that they are where they are. So the mid-deck will load. There'll be 4 people on the flight deck and 3 people on the mid-deck. And in fact, Valeri, Julie, and Tammy will be sitting side by side on the mid-deck, whereas Kent, Rick, and Dan Barry in back of Rick, and then Ellen Ochoa, who will be the last person, is the flight engineer MS2 behind the pilot, the commander.
Now, here's Kent, and what is the pack that they're helping him on with there?
Okay, well, right now, they're getting his harness on. And you can see they're just checking and make sure everything fits right. Want to make sure that there are no binds in the suit, that the harness straps are up over the shoulders right, and that he's comfortable, because he's going to be on his back here for a while with all this equipment on him, and everything should fit properly. Right now you can see the Cylum sticks or lights going into his side pockets, and then of course that's in case there was a problem with visibility. They had to get out of the orbiter, walk down the pad, and that's increases visibility and allows the crew members to see one another, as well as the closeout crew to identify them. You can see those little white straps coming out of his neck dam there, and that these are pressure suits, and they actually have rubber turtlenecks that go around your neck, and they'll hold pressure in case there was a loss of cabin pressure on ascent or entry. And those little white neck tabs come out and actually pull that turtleneck away from your neck to allow airflow to get in and out. It makes it a little bit more comfortable. And those tabs will come in when it's time to put the helmet on, because the helmet will connect in that metal ring around his neck.
After they get on, is there any kind of a cooling or purge on those suits while you're sitting there waiting to launch?
Yeah, everyone is looking forward to getting in fast, because when they get in their chairs, we have thermoelectric cooling units that are individually strapped to each crew member's chair, and liquid cooling lines actually plug in to conduits which come out of the suit's leg, and underneath that suit they're all wearing special water-cooled underwear, I guess is the way to put it. It's kind of a long johns with these tubes that run through them, and the water will connect and go through and circulate and allow people to be cooled down. And it really makes a big difference, because you can build up, as you can imagine, big heat load in these suits after a while. And in fact, it not only is for comfort, but it's for crew performance, because as you know, if you're overheated, it gets very hot. It would be very difficult to perform or even move in the suit. So that's a major advance in terms of keeping the crew comfortable and able to perform. He's got his CCA on now. His crew comm assembly is getting ready to go in, and there he goes, first guy. There's a good shot of the mid-deck. And you can see Kent crawling through here, and he's on his way up to the flight deck. He'll crawl through, and there he goes. Now he's going to have to kind of stand up on the back windows, actually. You're looking, as we talked about, imagine the car and its tail here. Discovery is up on her tail with the main engine pointing down, and so it's out of the horizontal in the vertical. And Ken is standing on special platforms in the back window, and there's Mark Polanski, the prime mast, helping him in. You can see he's got his hand on the back of his head to protect his head so he doesn't bang it, and also to protect the switches and circuit breakers in the back. And it's a very well choreographed affair where Kent grabs the 2 overhead handles and lifts himself up into the seat. Now they're going to adjust the headrests, and they'll begin comm checks shortly once the suit techs get everything adjusted. They'll hook up his liquid cooling lines, his oxygen, and his comm assembly so he can talk with the ground. And Carlos is up there now. He's on the flight deck. Looking at, you can see they're bringing back over the harnesses, the straps to the parachute, which was on the seat as he got in. So his harness is actually on him, and once he's in the seat, they'll bring the parachute up over him and connect it down to the harnesses. And Carlos looks like right now he's hooking up his liquid cooling, taking off the jumper, and then he'll hook that into Kent's suit. And usually a lot of the crew will, when they first get in, they've built up a little bit of a heat load, moving around, walking, and getting into their harness. So they'll take a big slug of that cold water initially to cool themselves down.
Once you get on orbit, are you really looking forward to getting those off, or are they not that uncomfortable?
Yeah, it's a good question. You're so busy that you don't think about it, but one of the first things, obviously, that you do when you get in up there is the pilot and commander will be in their suits longest because they're very, very busy in terms of getting the burns, the orbital burns set up, and making sure everything's right with the computers and such of that. The mission specialists downstairs have a lot to do in terms of getting out of their suits, and they will actually choreograph that again, where two people downstairs will help everybody get out of their suits. You can see Valeri is getting ready also. It's funny, when you get out of your suits up there, you have to stow the suits. And initially, when the suits are, before you get around to stowing them, you'll actually take them out and they'll just hang there sometimes. And it's kind of disconcerting when you float down from the middeck in your underwear and you see these 5 or 6 huge orange guys just floating there. They look like other people, and it's kind of funny to see them.
So Valeri, his spot is on the middeck, over on the starboard side.
That's right. He'll be the closest to us on our view of the middeck, and you'll see him actually climb through as Kent just did and come straight into the middeck. He'll be the closest to the camera. And as you look into the middeck there in that view, you can see the 3 mission specialist seats set up. Tammy's is a bit higher and closest to the hatch that Valeri will come in. And she's sitting beside a large equipment rack called the MAR, or middeck access rack, all those white lockers with the blue dots in it where various equipment will be stored. And as you look up from her, you can see another large white bulkhead, and that's the galley where food and water is processed.
So the way that the seats are set up then, even though Valeri is getting on now, when Rick Husband gets on, he won't really have to crawl over Valeri to get up to the flight deck.
That's right, and that's why they choreographed this. There's not much room. It's a one person at a time deal where you climb through that hatch, and there's not much access between the interdeck access, which is the connection between the flight deck and the middeck. So one person at a time. And here comes Valeri now. He's being careful, step out over the airlock. Jeannie's getting things ready for him. She's making sure all the equipment is ready to hook up, his O2, his comm, and getting some of the flight data file out for him that he'll use on Ascent. You can see those Siloom sticks, they're very bright. They light up.
And how long do those last for?
I believe they last a few hours at least before they start to dissipate. And then what will happen is when they get on orbit, they'll take those sticks out, discard them, and get other sticks ready for entry again and reload the suits.
And where are the launch and entry suits stashed during the mission?
Usually, I've flown in Colombia, and we have an internal airlock, and the orbiters have been modified with an external airlock, which is a much more room in the middeck. And what they usually try and do is place the suits in an area, whether it's back in the access area where the opening to the airlock is, or another place that gets them out of the way. And they'll actually kind of fold them, ball them up, and put them in special bags, and those bags are tethered or bungeed out of the way while you're on orbit. One of the hardest things to do when you're up there initially is just to get everything put away, stowed, because there's so much stuff, and then you've got that to deal with, and you've got also a new situation where you're in microgravity, and all of a sudden gravity, isn't holding things down for you anymore. They're floating everywhere, and it's important to make sure you've got a good plan for how you're going to stow everything, so you know where it is when you need it. Things just don't float away from you, because it's very easy to lose things up there. You'd be surprised. There is a really pretty long-range shot of Discovery, and there's pilot Rick Husband waving his first time. Ready to put his CCA on. And of course the CCA is a plug-in comm cap assembly that allows them to talk to the ground with each other depending on what loop they're on, the air-to-ground loops or the intercom ICOM loops. And once they're in there, Mark Polanski, the prime ass, will run through a series of communication tests with them to make sure everything is up, all their systems working normally, and he'll talk with them in the ICOM loop, and you'll hear shortly in a while initiating communications calls down at the ground in Houston to make sure that they all hear each other well.
So if the crew is talking between themselves before launch, is that through the comm system or just in the normal ambient environment of the crew cabin?
Well, that's good. You could actually both. You can see right now Kent's got his helmet on and his comm is hooked up, but depending on where you are, if you're on the flight deck or mid deck, you'll be Vox, which means your hot mic, which when you talk, your mic is activated. On the mid deck, you have to push if you want to talk to the flight crew members on ICOM. But you can easily talk with each other, look at each other, turn your head, grab the helmet, look at people, and talk that way too. And until you have the helmet shut and closed, where obviously you can't, that'd probably be the preferred method.
CBSC. Copy CBSC. Verify step 577.
They're checking Rick out right now. You can see he's got the harness on in the back with the emergency O2 bottles. They're making sure the harness is looking right, fitting him well, checking his neck ring. He's moving around right now to seat those shoulder straps so he's comfortable, and he's ready to go. And he'll get down on his knees and crawl in head first. There's not enough room in there clearance-wise to actually stand, so you have to be careful you don't snag any of the equipment, the harness, or hit your head on anything as you're going in. And he'll be making his way through the inner access area into the flight deck. And everybody initially goes into the mid deck and will climb up. Now there actually is a ladder there going to the flight deck, but of course it's horizontal now, so you can't use that. And you just climb up. Slide up, actually. And you can hear them going through the comm checks now with the commander, Commander Rominger.
Good morning.
And Mark's repositioning that camera now so he can actually get a shot of Rick as he comes into the cabin and gets into his seat. These cameras in themselves are amazing. They're very small little electronic cameras, and they give you an excellent view of what's happening. Something that normally you couldn't see, most people wouldn't be able to see. So it's a real help in terms of describing and letting people actually see what it's like to ingress a space shuttle.
OTCR, SRT.
Now you can see right there as Mark's climbing around, he's got his Cilium sticks on. Here comes Rick through the interdeck access area. Now there are two seats right behind Kent and Rick. As I said, Ellen Ochoa, the MS2, will sit kind of in the middle behind the pilot and the commander, and then Dan Barry will be right behind husband. You can see actually his chute down below Rick's in the next seat down. And Mark is standing right now in the aft windows of the orbiter. They're covered up with special platforms to allow him to walk around and move. And Rick's going to position himself, make sure his feet are where he wants them, and he's going to reach up now, grab the overhead eyebrow hand holds, and pull himself up into that seat, watching his feet while he does that, getting them down into the wells. And you've got a good amount of equipment on weight-wise, too. And Mark's going to hold that chute for him to make sure it doesn't move while he's positioning himself, gets it back into the seat, and Rick will lower himself down now. You can see right next to him there, that little hose dangling. Those are actually the hookups for his liquid cooling garments that we talked about before. That little bulb is a bladder which will actually inflate a lumbar support in the back of the harness, which will take some of the pressure off his lower back if he feels he needs it.
And the parachute, is that ultimately strapped to him, or does that stay?
Yeah, what will happen now is once they've got him aligned in his seat, you'll see the straps of the parachute dangling. They'll bring those up over his shoulders, and there are 4 attach points for the parachute, 2 over the shoulders and 2 coke fittings, actually little ejector snaps. If you look down where that little rubber ball is we just talked about, you can see some silver down below, another green ball, and those are the snaps that will attach to the harness for the chute. And there go the liquid cooling hookups right now, and I'm sure he'll appreciate that once they're hooked up, so he can take a slug of cool water.
I can verify.
So they've been disconnected from those since, I guess, they got off the Astrovan.
Yeah, when they're on the Astrovan, they actually have air cooling. There are air hoses that will hook up and blow some air into them. It actually depends on the type of suit you're wearing. The old style suits called LESs are being replaced by these suits called ACEs. And the LES stood for launch and entry suits, and similar in color and the way they look, but a bit different in construction. You can see that kind of red pyramid there in front of Rick in his lap. That's his a cover for the RHC, his joystick there that they'll actually fly the orbiter back with, and other things on there too. They have red covers for those, so when they're moving around and they're getting people in the seats, they don't bump it, or they protect it as much as they can. And then once they're positioned in the seat and everything's copacetic, they'll take those, Mark will actually take those covers off and pass them down so they can be taken out of the orbiter. Mark's got a lot to do now too. He's got to remember how things are working in terms of the general choreography here, what he wants to do with people, who he's going to start comm checks with, and of course there's quite a bit of equipment to worry about and get out of there. So he's going through checklists in his head all the time, getting the crew in one by one, making sure things are set with them, and then thinking about what he needs to do next. One of the keys here is with the crew and everybody operating is you always have to be thinking one step ahead of what you're always going to be doing next to try and save time, because they only have about an hour or so to get all the crew strapped in to make their launch window. And so you don't want to rush people. You want to make sure things are done right and safely, but at the same time with alacrity.
And how do you make sure everything that's to come out has come out, such as these covers and the platforms they stand on? Is there like...
That's a good question, and I do this next, so I'm making my list now. But they'll actually have lists. Travis, head of the closeout crew, he'll be out there waiting for Mark when they come out and say, "Okay, Mark, did you get this? Did you get this?" And Mark will go, "Yeah, I got that. I got that. Did you get that?" And one of the last things Mark will have to do is a couple of switch throws in the mid-deck, and also helping Tammy with a special jettison box that she'll need to pull a pin from. And he'll do those two things last, and of course when he gets out they'll ask him, "Did you pull that circuit breaker and you get that pin?" So there's a bunch of people backing everybody else up on the team to help each other and make sure everything goes the way it needs to. Tammy's in the white room right now, getting a quick drink here before she gets the harness on and gets ready to go in.
Do they enjoy standing out on the access arm and just looking around before they go in?
Yeah, I mean it's amazing to see that. I mean, yesterday, as I said, we were in, and while we were in, the structure was around the orbiter, so you couldn't see it. And then while we were working, it was moved back. So when we walked out the other day, I just walked back, and I turned around all of a sudden, and it wasn't there, and there's Discovery just sitting there. And it's a pretty amazing thing just to realize you're inside the orbiter working in it. And to see it, just standing there as you walk across, it gives you a good feeling. Unfortunately, they're in such a time crunch here, they can't spend a lot of time walking around and looking. But you can bet when they're walking across that gantry way to get in that they're staring at the vehicle that they're going to go into space in, admiring it.
And here's the walkway, orbiter access arm.
And that will swing away, obviously, when they're done with the tanking. The beanie cap will be taken away from the top of the external tank. The walkway will swing back, and then the Discovery will be staying there on her own with just the hold-down boats and the SRBs. Keep her here.
This is Dr. Dan Barry, and he is MS-3, and his position on the orbiter is on the flight deck on on the right side in the aft, behind the pilot, I guess.
That's correct. Dan and I actually are in the same class, and we same position in terms of going up on ascent. And in fact, Dan is the MS-3, but he'll be sitting on ascent in the MS-1 seat. And Tammy is the MS-1, but on ascent she'll be sitting in the MS-3 seat down on the mid-deck. And they will actually flip positions. So when Dan comes back, he'll be in the mid-deck in Tammy's seat, and vice versa. Tammy will be on entry sitting in Dan's seat. And of course, Dan and Tammy will be doing the EVAs. Dan's an MD and electrical engineer. He's getting his harness put on. And you can see there's a shot of the mid-deck again.
And Tamara Jernigan, she's going to be in the mid-deck.
Right, there's
here.
Valeri. And here comes Tammy now.
OTCOVCC.
If you're sitting in that left seat in the middeck, is there anything you can see out the hatch window or not?
Well, no, there's you don't have quite as good a view in the middeck as you do in the flight deck. There aren't any windows down there, and you sit there for a few hours. And my first flight, on Ascent, I got to sit in the MS-1 seat, and it was amazing. You could actually see the fire and the blast pits as you lifted off and the roll. And going up my second flight, I sat where Tammy is now on Ascent, and there's quite a bit of difference. You don't have the visual cues. And I remember they call a lot of weather reports as you're going in, ceilings and the clouds and stuff like that. And you hear a bunch of those, and you start talking up there, and you go, yeah, well, we've got a real low ceiling down here, a real low deck, about 2 feet off us, a big white deck of lockers. And that's about all you see. And you'll talk a lot initially back and forth to the flight deck, but you realize that there's not much for the mid-deck people to do, or at least not as much as the flight deck crew, because the flight deck will actually be monitoring all the systems and be very, very busy in the ascent phase of flight. So you try to, once everyone's in, you try to be fairly quiet in terms of talking in the loops downstairs, because there's a lot going on upstairs and you don't want to step on them on the comm loops. Beautiful shot. You can see the xenons shining on Discovery in the pad, and good inserts of the flight deck and mid-deck there. Jeannie's working with Tammy, and looks like a picture. There's Rick checking out his panels, looking where he'll be doing his APU startup steps once things get rolling here.
Now the seats on the middeck and the aft of the flight deck, where are they stowed after you're on orbit?
Good question. The seats in the middeck will all be broken down. They actually have these special fittings that the seat legs fit into. And once on orbit, we'll fold those seats down and take them off, and they'll be stowed in different locations on the orbiter, depending on where the crew decides they have the best space for them. Now, the pilot and commander's seats are fixed. They don't move. They're there. The MS-1 and MS-2 seats will be broken down, and usually they'll at least store one of those up on the flight deck underneath one of the back panels behind the commander's or pilot's seat, and then usually maybe one downstairs, too. On our flight, we had 2 upstairs, and you try to break those down and get them bungee down and out of the way as much as possible, but they're rather bulky things, and they do take up some space. And the commander and pilot seats are the only ones actually that will move. They're able to adjust their seats electrically up and down, back and forth. The MS seats are fixed and don't move, except to adjust the back during launch and entry, back and forth. You see Dan's getting ready here. If you look down, that blue pad is just a cushion that goes in the back of the harness.
Clear. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning, Susan.
That white strap that he's got his hand under right now is actually for the neck ring. It adjusts the vertical height of the suit and the neck ring. So say if he felt a little bit too tight, the neck ring was down too much, you could loosen that strap and allow the neck ring to come up. If it was too high, in some cases, some crew members have problems with the neck ring riding up a little bit too high under their face. You can make a quick adjustment and bring that neck ring down a bit to keep it out of their chin. You can see the different controls on the suit, the pressurization controls, those metal dials lower on Dan's torso, and the hookup there nozzle was for the air cooling originally as they came in on the Astrovan. Pressurized gloves hook into the wrist gauntlets there, the metal rings. There are metal rings in the wrists and the neck. These are updated suits, the ACEs, an improvement from the LESs we talked about earlier. And to me, I think they're much more comfortable and maneuverable when you're in these suits as the LES. Same type of suits that military pilots fly in very high altitude reconnaissance flights. Modified a bit for NASA.
How late in the count do the helmets go on?
Well, if you remember when they get off the 195 elevator, you saw them carrying their bowling balls, and they look like bowling ball bags. They're actually helmet bags, and the helmets get stacked out there. And when they go down, they bring their individual helmets down. Now, as they put their comm caps on, they'll crawl in, and the closeout crew will get their helmets to them. And once they're in their seats, I think you saw when Kent first climbed in, he had his CCA on only. And then once they're positioned in the seats and strapped in, and all the systems would go in terms of the oxygen, the cooling, and the comm, then they'll put the helmet on. When the helmet goes on, there's a little strap in their beanie cap that they're wearing that comes back out, and it will hook into the inner part of the helmet on another strap, and then they're hot on comm. They're actually plugged into the helmet on their comm lines. The comm lines then run down across their chest on a special wire that comes out to a small box, which is called an HIU, which is where they push to talk for air to ground or intercom.
That we're going to use perimeter 099er.
Julie is getting ready herself. You can see she's playing with the top strap there on the harness and maybe the neck ring.
Okay. OTC of VCC.
You look up, you'll see a couple small yellow straps hanging in front of Valeri. As you look across, there'll be one for Julie and Tammy, and those are just basically straps that they can reach up and grab a hold of in the lockers to pull themselves up and adjust themselves if they're uncomfortable or to move around a bit. Since they're laying on their backs, it's tough for them to adjust themselves or move in the chair without some kind of help where they can brace their arms and hold on to things.
552.
So Julie's going to fit right there in the center, I guess, where...
Yeah, Julie will be in the middle, sandwiched between Valeri and Tammy on the middeck. If you're looking back at Valeri right there, you see a long kind of pole, or kind of looks like a horizontal, I guess, pump. It comes across from anyway from the middeck all the way down to the left-hand corner of the view, and that is the escape pole system, which is used in case there was a problem for where the crew would have to egress the vehicle. That is a big structure, and actually, after they get into orbit, they'll have to actually move that back from the hatch and reposition that on the ceiling of the middeck with special straps. So there's a lot of work for the middeck crew to do once they get into space. They're probably busiest in terms of moving things around, stowing things, getting things shipshape ready for the mission. Whereas the flight crew, Rick, Kent, and Ellen will be very busy setting up all the systems, getting ready for the rendezvous, making sure everything is go from assent. And Dan, one of his jobs will be the first guy out of his seat probably. He'll be taking pictures of the external tank. He will, with Ellen's help, get a camera out from the lockers behind them and take still shots of the external tank as it separates and deorbits below below Discovery. And probably one of the middeck MSs will also float up with a camcorder and take real-time motion shots of the tank as it floats below. And they do that to look at how the tank, behaves, the TPS, the thermal protection, how much of it was torn away, if any, and then any uncharacteristic things about the tank that they might want to send back to Houston so they can look at that structural analysis later on. And as you know, we did have some hail damage to this tank too, so I'm sure they'll be real interested in what it looks like as it separates. And that's all been repaired.
Is that, to your naked eye, is the tank very visible when you separate from it and it disappears?
Well, to the middeck, no. You'll hear the calls. You'll feel the bump as it separates after MECO. To the flight crew, yeah, they'll be able to see that probably move away from them. It's the pilot and commander have the best views because they're right up over in the their windows and they can look out. Once the MS-1 gets out of his seat and is able to go to the overhead windows, he'll have an amazing view because he'll actually, as the orbiter turns and pirouettes to look down so you can see that tank, you'll be able to see it actually flying formation with the orbiter below it. And a lot of times extra hydrogen, oxygen in the tank will begin to vent through the lines, and then sometimes in parts will roll to the tank. It's very pretty, and you can actually see that venting out, and the tank will roll a bit. And as I said, Dan will be taking pictures of that along with someone with the camcorder also. So the real estate back there is pretty valuable right now because Dan's a big guy and will get someone in, and you've got to kind of cram yourself back there, being careful not to upset the pilot or commander while they're trying to work, and get your feet anchored in so you can position yourself in the window and start taking those pictures. Now Mark's downstairs right now shaking hands with Valeri, and I think he's about ready to start comm checks with the middeck. They're going through a protocol right now where Valeri's identifying certain parts of the suit, looking at his secondary pressurization, checking out where the green apple is, his inflator. When I say green apple is that green ball we talked about before that is the emergency oxygen supply that should he need to egress the orbiter, he would have to pull that ball. And it's very important you get a good feel for where everything is, because you can't really see that much with the neck ring when you're in your helmet. You really have to know where things are and where to put your hands and feel so you can access different parts of the suit if you need to.
MS5, come check. Copy, com check, MS5. Welcome aboard, Valeri. Доброе утро.
So after you land, you really feel like it's a whole lot easier to be getting out of the seats than it was to get in them, simply because you're now in a position that you can relate to?
Well, you're horizontal again, but you've been in space for a number of days, and you've got the muscle atrophy. You've got your inner ear and brain have actually adjusted to a microgravity environment where you become a visual animal and you don't rely on your sense of balance. So that tends to be, you tend to be a little off when you first come back, and I think for first-time flyers, probably even more so. I know that's the way I felt. So although you're in a horizontal position, you want to take, you'll take your time standing up and go real slow when they get back.
Let's see, this is looking back toward the aft control station? Is that what?
Yeah, it's a very good shot now. We're looking kind of a plumb line shot or a bird's eye view straight from the nose looking back down into the orbiter. You can see the left of the shot, just a little bit of Rick there, and to the right, a little bit of Kent and their seats. The overhead panels, and right there is Dan behind Rick in the MS-1 position. And we talked a little bit before about the windows where Mark was standing. If you look right behind Carlos working there, you can see those two kind of tan-looking panels. And those are the aft windows. And right above them, of course, are the overhead windows where Dan will be doing the photography for the ET. And those panels will come off the aft windows once Carlos and Mark are done with their activities, and they're getting ready to shut the hatch. Here comes Dan's helmet.
Copy that. Get a SAM-QC on 153, please.
Now they'll line those up and engage the dogs and the metal rings and click that helmet in and lock it. And then once that's in, Carlos will reach in and hook up Dan's CCA to the inner comm lines of the helmet. You can see it's there's not a lot of room up there on the flight deck, and even with this camera, you're getting a bit of a fisheye view here. But it's real estate is precious up there.
Well, if you've got 7 crew members on board, do you usually find that some of them have to stay on the middeck while others are on the flight deck simply to ration the space?
Yeah, that's true. Especially during very important flights, flight phases, like we talked when they get up there now. None of the middeck guys will, except for the person taking pictures, will be going up just because it's congested up there. There's a lot of important stuff going on with Commander Pilot MS-2, and they'll spend most of their initial time in orbit for the first hour or so, at least, down the middeck, getting out of their suits and getting things ready, while the flight crew stays up on the flight deck. And after Dan is done with his pictures, he'll probably want to be one of the first guys from the will be the first guy to go down and begin to de-suit with middeck MSs. You can see Carlos has to be real careful about how he moves and stands. You can't stand on any of the panels, obviously. There's hundreds of switches up there and circuit breakers, and everything's in the proper configuration. And so it's very important that you don't change that configuration. So you have to be very methodical and deliberate about where you place your feet and hands and how you shift your weight when you're up there. Shoulders, heads, everything. And Julie is getting ready to go in right now. You can see there's the side of Discovery in the hatch, and there's a bit of a seal right there between Discovery and the White Room. Now on the slide board, or that large gold slide area where we crawl in, that access is pulled away. There'll be a good amount of room between Discovery and the White Room, and actually that's something that has to be taken into account if you had to get out of the vehicle for any reason and begin to move away in an emergency situation.
And what those technicians are standing on, do those floor levels come out?
Yeah, what Jeannie is standing on right now is called a tramp or trampoline, and it's a large tarp of fabric that's stretched very tight over the entryway. We call it the pit or the ditch. And below her, probably, another 5 feet or so, is the external airlock, the door to the external airlock or hatch. So there's a good depression there. And we have that tramp up there so people can walk and move and get things done that they need to. Otherwise, if Jeannie was standing down in the airlock, she'd be too short. Her head would barely come up. You wouldn't even see it in this picture. So that's important that is there. Also important that you're careful where you place your feet, because if you're not careful, you can actually go over the edge of that and actually maybe fall down a bit into that deck. So again, it's like a very kind of choreographed thing where people have to know where they are, what they're doing, and how to move in this orbiter. And they make it all look easy because they've so experienced and they're so good at it. But it's something that you're always thinking about, where you're moving, where you're putting your feet, what you're going to do, and how you're going to take care of the crew. Mark's down there now doing, looks like Tammy is getting ready to do her comm checks with Mark. Or maybe he's already completed them. And Jeannie is working on Julie right now, getting her cooling lines hooked up. There's the big wave. And Ellen will be the last to go in, MS2 position. So she spends the least amount of time on her back in waiting for launch.
So she's sort of in the center there, in the back between the commander and pilot. So that means that she's designated the flight engineer.
Exactly. She's got a very important job in that she is able to see many of the systems that maybe Kent and Rick have so much going on either side of them with other controls. She's back there to kind of get the big picture scenario, to look at all the systems and choreograph what happens between the pilot and commander. Very, very important position. And she's able to access a lot of the overhead switches that Kent and Rick may not be able to, and monitor engines and GPC displays. And if there was a problem or malfunction that Kent might have to work, she would monitor normal systems while Kent worked on that, and continue to communicate with Rick and Kent to let them know how things were going. Takes a lot of time to do in terms of abilities and time and simulators and study to get to the point to do what Ellen's doing as an MS2, as does with all the crew member positions. But the MS2 position in terms of the ascent phase and the entry is a very, very busy one.
She has her glasses on there. Do they fit comfortably beneath the helmet?
Yeah, they do. There's quite a bit of room in the helmet, actually, so there's no problem wearing glasses. Some people will wear glasses, some people wear contacts, depending on what their personal preferences are. And Ellen is going to work the arm on all her missions. Should be the arm operator. Very, very talented, proficient lady. You can see now where they move out of the way in the back. Mark's there, and Ellen's coming up through, and you can see the position of the seat. Dan and Ellen are actually packed quite close together because Ellen needs to be right between the commander and pilot so she can monitor the C3 panel and look at all the displays and communicate. Once they get up on orbit, the three of them will be, as I said, pretty busy for a while, and they'll really remain in their seats until all systems are put in orbit mode. And then they'll be able to come down and desuit with the rest of the crew.
OTC, MS1, comm check. Copy comm check, MS1. Welcome aboard, Dan, and good morning.
And as you can hear, they're just starting Dan's comm checks.
Now, seven crew members seems to be fairly standard now. At one time, I think they flew 8. Did they just decide that that was too many?
Yeah, I think both my missions were 7. It depends on your mission. I flew 2 space missions, and we used 4 of the people as payload crew members, where we did experiments. But the standard amount today seems to be anywhere between 5 and 7 people on a crew. The next flight, for instance, has 5 on the crew. That will be STS-93, Eileen Collins as the commander. There'll only be 1 person down on the middeck.
NTD, MS1, comm check. And MS1 is NTD, I've got you loud and clear, Dan, good morning. OTC or VCC?
Go ahead.
MS2 on board at this time. That includes all flight crew members on board.
Copy. Record 0814. 557 complete.
Houston, MS1, comm check.
MS1 Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Sue.
And that was Susan Still, the Ascent Capcom Houston, the voice you just heard, talking with Dan. You kind of get a feeling here as you see Mark moving around on the flight deck, getting Ellen in her chair, how careful he has to be with his head and shoulders and moving around on his feet to make sure he doesn't, not only gets everybody in their seat and make sure they're all set with the way they need to be, but also not to, you know, cause any problems with switch malpositions, things like that.
OTC, CT 1172. Go ahead. Yes, sir, we're still waiting for our CMTC on channel 162, please.
He's adjusting Ellen right now, getting that harness and parachute lined up for her. You can see she's got her mic booms pulled in right now, and shortly she'll pull those neck tabs back out so we can put the dam back in, and then they can put the helmet on.
After the hatch is closed, who's the busiest? Is it pretty much the commander and pilot?
Yeah, everybody, the flight deck is very busy. The mid deck is busy too. I mean, they're looking at procedures, thinking about what they need to do, but obviously with the dynamic part of the flight and occurs on the flight deck, and they've got a ton of systems to monitor, look at, make sure everything is working the way it needs to. There are no malfunction lights, anything of that nature. So right now, Kent and Rick, I'm sure are going through a million different procedures in their heads, thinking about what they want to do in case of this contingency, that contingency, and going through what they need to do here over the next you know, couple hours. Now Rick is going to be very busy early on at the pilot because he's got a lot of the initial steps for get the APUs running, look at systems before they can launch. So he's going through those procedures right now. I'm sure they've got their knee boards out. They've got, actually, you can't see this, but there's flight data file or text, booklets of text that are positioned over their heads that they can turn pages on, flip through their procedures, make sure they're comfortable with everything. They've taken notes in all the flight data file over the last several days when they've been in crew quarters. You know, made all these little special mnemonics for themselves that they're going through in their heads right now, and just running through procedures over and over to make sure they have everything down rote, and they're prepared for what's going to happen here in the next couple hours.
And how late, you know, can they put things, have things stowed on board for them, like notes that have come out of their meeting since they got here that they might want?
Well, usually I try to get everything done as they come down and work with the flight data file people, and that's coordinated through them. So when they have what's called a flight data file review, they'll go in and make notes on their flight data file, and then that'll be processed with flight data file folks. They'll bring that down, and then the astronaut support personnel, the AST we talked about, C-squareds, will actually go in and pre-position most of that flight data file for them. So when they show up and strap in what they're doing now, they'll be able to just say, hey, there's exactly what I wanted. It's in the position I wanted. They'll be able to review that if they like. They also have their own crew notebooks that every crew member makes up when they fly, and they have maybe specific things in the notebook or specific cards or different memory joggers that they've made up and might fly with them too. And there's a nice shot. You can see the nose of Discovery. And if you look carefully, you can see Rick sitting up there in the pilot seat, a little flash of orange there through the window. You can see the front thrusters, the white ovoids and circles covered with butcher paper to protect them for ascent. And that paper will actually strip off once they begin firing jets in orbit. The protective tiles and blankets, the white blankets and tiles, the black underneath part of Discovery, which is key protection system or tile, and part of the gantry. And a good shot inside the flight deck again. So although you can see a shot of Discovery outside, you can see that there's a lot of activity going on right now inside.
I'd like to request a channel for my NASA quality to clear TIR items on, please.
Channel 132.
I copy that.
Now Mark and Jeannie are placing more Siloom sticks now, so in case there was a problem where the crew had to egress, they would be able to find their path out of the vehicle, and say there was a situation where there was low visibility like fire or smoke or something of that nature. The crew could still look up and see the path out and follow those light sticks out to the interdeck access area and hatch.
Now they do have some ability to move around in those seats you know what, all the way up until launch? I mean, see, he's holding on to his strap there, what I gather.
Yeah, once they're strapped in, you can see, you saw them get their harnesses on, the parachutes on, and then you can see there's this black harness, seat harness that goes across that. So they're pretty well held down into their seats now. There's not a lot of, actually they can't get out of their seats or move around.
They can't move around much.
They're pretty much laying on their backs, and they can move around a bit, and as I said, grab their hands over in the overheads and pull up and reposition themselves for comfort. Maybe pump up their suits a little bit, the lumbar pads if they feel any hot spots, but they're pretty much in that position now until they're getting out of their suits when they're on orbit. So you can imagine that people, once they're in, they really want to get the show on the road.
Get on with it. Yeah.
NTD MS4 comm check.
MS4 NTD, I got you loud and clear. Good morning, Julie.
Good morning, Doug.
Great picture there, long shot of Discovery. Sits on the pad. You can see some of the venting from the tank where the liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen comes up through the gaseous oxygen beanie cap on top of the ET and vents out those long lines.
I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Julie.
And Susan, I have you loud and clear. Good morning.
Looks like Mark's just got the helmet on for Ellen, making sure the connections are right. See, that looks like Carlos.
Well, according to the schedule, the hatch would be closed here in about another 25 minutes or so, but actually they can go fairly late in the countdown and close that, can they not?
Well, they want to try and stay to the timeline. As I said, they've got, from the time they showed up to the time they really want to close the hatch and get out, it's about 75 minutes. In about maybe an hour, they have about an hour to get everybody strapped in. So it is important that they stay in the timeline, get that hatch closed, because there's other things that they're going to need to do when the hatch is closed, like pressure checks, things like that. You know, to be expeditious with that so they can stay on the line and hopefully, you know, get their window.
And when they're doing those pressure checks, is there anything that they can sense on the flight deck of that going on, or is that not perceptible?
Actually, they'll go through the pressure checks and hear the calls, and during the pressure checks, they'll do some comm checks and things of that nature.
But they can't actually feel any changes in the environment.
It's not that much of a, in terms of an over PSI, that you could really feel a big difference. You might be able to, but normally I don't remember really feeling much myself. But it's just really to test the integrity to make sure that there are no, you know, leaks that haven't been accounted for in terms of, there's always a normal amount of leakage, but very, very small.
Well, Rick, it appears that we've been watching them pull the camera cables out, so that's it for our pictures from inside the flight deck anyway.
Yeah, they're signing off. It's time to get the equipment out of there, and one of the first things to go will be the cameras. They'll disconnect the lines, as you just saw, and the shots went dead. But it was great because we got to see the entire strap-in process of the middeck and the flight deck and see how that works. Closeout crew right now is helping the ASP, Mark Polanski, get a lot of that extra equipment out of there, the platforms, the cameras, the lines, and shortly they'll be able to close that hatch and begin their checks to ensure that everything's ready to go.
All right, Rick, well, thank you very, very much for coming up and sitting with us and explaining what's going on. It's a very interesting procedure that I know everyone enjoys the opportunity when these cameras are there to see what's really going on and hear what's going through the crew members' minds as this is going on. So once again, thank you, and hope we'll be able to do this with you once again.
My pleasure, George. Thanks.
Thank you.
NTD and SQ comm check.
MS2, that's NTD. I've got you loud and clear. Good morning, Ellen.
And I have you the same. Good morning, Doug.
OTC, OVCC back on 212.
Copy, OVCC.
Houston, MS2 comm check.
MS2 Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Ellen.
Got you the same, Susan. Good morning.
And we don't have to reconfigure any comm switches during that stuff, right?
And OTC from the ASP. The crew is ready for the Astrocom air to ground checks. Copy that. Attention on T12. Any conversation on OAS channel T12 during the Astrocom checks will be heard by the crew. The channel should remain silent except for emergency calls. And flight crew, during the Astrocom checks, adjust the volume control. For comfort, do not change your audio panel switch configuration.
And the crew copies.
Flight crew, OTC, comm check on air to ground 1.
And OTC, you're loud and clear on air to ground 1, CDR. BLT, MS1.
MS2, MS3, MS4.
MS5.
And OTC copies all. OTC, comm check on air to ground 2.
And OTC, we have you loud and clear on air to ground 2, CDR. BLT, MS1.
MS2. MS3. MS4.
MS5. Copy. I copy you as well.
NOTC, we have you loud and clear on UHF, CDR, CLP, MS1,
MS2. MS3. MS4.
MS5.
And CDR Astrocom checks are now complete. Stand by for air-to-ground voice checks.
And CDR copies. All right.
Discovery Houston for the CDR and PLT, configure for air-to-ground 1 comm check.
And Houston, that's inward. Okay, air-to-ground 2. Coming off. Air-to-air is off. Ready. Okay, Houston, CDR, we are configured for air-to-ground 1.
Discovery Houston for the CDR and PLT, comm check on air-to-ground 1.
And Houston, you're loud and clear, air-to-ground 1, CDR. PLT.
Discovery Houston, loud and clear also, configure for air-to-ground 2.
Roger that. That's set. And Houston, Discovery is configured for air-to-ground 2.
Discovery Houston for the CDR and PLT, comm check on air-to-ground 2.
And CDR has you loud and clear. PLT has you loud and clear.
Discovery Houston, loud and clear also, configure for air-to-air. Discovery Houston for the CDR and PLT, comm check on air-to-air.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on air-to-air, CDR. And PLT loud and clear.
Discovery Houston, loud and clear also, configure for SIMO voice check.
I'm ready. And Houston, Discovery, we're configured for the SIMO voice check.
Discovery Houston for the entire crew, how do you hear?
And Houston, we have you loud and clear, CDR. PLT, MS1.
MS2. MS3. MS4.
MS5.
Discovery Houston, we read you all loud and clear. This completes the air-to-ground voice checks.
stations, Astrocom voice checks are complete. OAS channel T12 is available for normal use. CMPS, OTC.
Yeah.
CMPS, OTC. O2 CMPS.
Yes. Has he done this?
I'd like to verify step 537. EP liquid level sensor checks are complete. We can verify that. Copy.
Oh, I thought we were counting on this clock.
Pass, OTC.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Thanks.
OVCC, OTC. Go ahead. I'd like to verify that all non-flight items have been removed from the crew module.
We're on the last one, sir.
Copy. I've got a couple of switch throws for the ask.
Almost ready for you.
Okay.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 14 minutes, 22 seconds. We'll look now at some animation that will show some of Discovery's activities as it will rendezvous to approach the International Space Station. Kent Rominger will slow Discovery's approach and fly to a point about 500 feet directly below the station, and then to a point about 250 feet directly above the station. And then when about 170 feet from the station, when it's directly overhead, there will be about a half-hour pause to allow the station to move within range of the Russian communication stations. Then once in range of Russia, the flight controllers will precisely align for the shuttle mechanism to dock with Unity.
Setup is complete.
And at a distance of about 30 feet, there will be station keeping just momentarily to align it if necessary.
Go ahead. Delta, Pyro Jettison System A.
And when Discovery makes contact with the station, then the latches will automatically attach the two spacecraft together.
You've got to go to disconnect.
Okay, copy that. Thanks for the work, hon.
Then the undocking will be performed by the pilot. And as the undocking occurs, there will then be a fly around of Discovery, about 2 laps, taking about 45 minutes apiece, and will be a significant photo survey done of the station.
Ready for hatch closure?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Copy at 643.
And then there will be, at this point, the separation firing.
I copy. I'll let you know.
Will put Discovery on a course that will have it pass about a half a mile behind and then below the station. After that occurs, then it's time for the Starshine payload to be jettisoned from the getaway special canister, and it will then be on its way for students around the world to track Starshine and to learn how the orbit of that spacecraft changes. We're getting ready for the closure of the hatch out at the launch pad. That should be occurring momentarily, and that activity is right on schedule by the timeline. At T-minus 1 hour, 11 minutes, 26 seconds, and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
CPVD OTC.
CPVD.
Step 678 through 680.
It won't work now.
OTC OVCC.
Go ahead, OVCC.
I do verify that all non-flight items are removed, including the aft, and we are putting hatch closure inward.
Copy.
Roger that.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead, OVCC.
My NASA quality is looking for CMQC on 132. And I'll be going to 142 with AFM.
Copy.
OTC, CPBD.
Go ahead.
I give you step 679, 680.
Copy.
No. No. The condor. Light of the condor. Now I'm sounding all scratchy. Wonder what's up with that. Hey, hey. What's that? Really? I'm just now picking it up. No, it's the other thing. That other thing. Opposite of scratchy. Yeah, we don't need any more stimulation. What's up with this thing?
OTC, CCOC, 212.
Go ahead.
Might want to remind the crew to use their ICOM key.
Copy. CDR, OTC. CGMC, OTC.
Go ahead.
Up 663. Verify ready for GPC downlist dump.
Verified.
Copy. CDR, OTC. Air to ground 1.
At OTC CDR, go ahead.
We're broadcasting on all channels. If you want, you can use ICOM A for your conversations.
Go ahead, we copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 6 minutes, 8 seconds and counting. The final load of flight software for the guidance systems on board Discovery has been loaded on board, sent from Mission Control in Houston. And range safety is about to begin their final round of hull fire checks so that they have the ability to stop the count in the final second should some unsafe condition prevail. Launch time this morning at this time is expected to be 6:49:42. This will be refined once we get inside the hold at T-minus 9 minutes, which will last approximately 45 minutes. The launch window this morning opens at 6:44:41 and closes at 6:57:48. Or correction, 6:57:48. But the flight dynamics officer in Houston will be providing the final updates to Kennedy Space Center and for Discovery so that we can then refine the targeted launch time to the precise moment that's preferred. And as we've seen, the hatch is closed.
OVCC, OTC.
OVCC, go ahead, OTC.
2 items. Need your stamp for removing crew module items.
0039.
And the second item is, if you have someone available, they can go to the end of the OAA on the 195-foot level and close the door to the telephone.
I copy that, and that'll be in work. And just let you know, the I&E hatch is closed, latch verified. Seal leak checks in work. Go back to 142.
CECL OTC?
Go ahead.
You copy? 685.
Copy.
CPVD OTC?
Yes, CPVD.
Need your support on channel 232.
Copy.
CCL OTC?
Go ahead.
Are you ready to pick up with step 687?
That's firm.
CDR OTC?
LOTC, go ahead.
Stand by to perform cabin leak check. Master alarm and light will come on as a function of the high cabin pressure. Notify CECL of the cabin pressure in the master alarm. Cabin klaxon. Master alarm will also sound due to high cabin decay rate during the cap installation, and you can reset the master alarms.
And CDR copies.
And CDR on panel L2A1, cabin vent.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 1 minute, 40 seconds and counting. The range safety hull fire checks are now complete, and we're awaiting the final update on the COLAs today, the collision avoidance quotient. However, based on the preliminary information we have, we don't expect any.
ECL OTC?
Yeah, I can verify 689.
And ECL, you got to go on 690.
Copy.
OTC, OVCC back on 212.
Copy, OVCC.
And the hatches, latch, seal leak checks complete. Port setup 20.
OTC ECL 212. Go ahead. Can you get the OVCC to come up on 143? OVCC?
I copy 143.
CGNC OTC. Go ahead. Status is step 692.
Zero compass is complete.
Now I'm user in alignment maintenance mode.
That's firm.
Copy.
And OVCC back on 212.
Copy.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 57 minutes, 18 seconds and counting.
CCSE OTC.
Instructions have now just been given to the Mila tracking station here at the Kennedy Space Center to switch from low power to high power for the liftoff.
RCRT 212.
Once the space shuttle lifts off from the pad, the Mila tracking station will be providing air-to-ground voice data and telemetry to Mission Control in Houston. And during launch, we'll follow the vehicle for about 7 minutes and 15 seconds, at which time coverage will switch to the T-3 East tracking and data relay satellite. At about 20 minutes into the mission, coverage will shift to the T-3 satellite over the Indian Ocean until it's acquired by the T-3 West satellite over the Pacific at about 49 minutes into flight. During the second minute of flight, the Ponce de Leon Inlet tracking station about 35 miles north of Cape Canaveral becomes the primary communications link. This is because during about a 1 minute period between minute 1 and minute 2, the signal at the Cape is essentially blacked out by the highly reflective plume of the solid rocket boosters.
NOTC CDR, go ahead.
ECL, go ahead with your request.
Yes, CDR, this is the ECL on panel 01. We'd like a cabin pressure reading.
Yeah, the cabin pressure reading on 01 is just I guess I'd call it 14.9.
Copy, 14.9. Thank you.
And we have a confirmation now that the Mila S-band tracking antennas are on high power. We're now at T-minus 54 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. We'll look now at some video of the milestones of processing for Space Shuttle Discovery, being prepared for this STS-96 mission, beginning with activities in the orbiter processing facility in the hangar, where Discovery spent most of its time between flights. This is the main engine installation. 3 main engines going in. The 3 engines flying, the number 1 engine, this is its second flight. Space Shuttle main engine number 2 is making its first flight, as is Space Shuttle main engine number 3. In the vehicle assembly building, the stacking of the external tank and solid rocket boosters was underway in the meantime. And then the orbiter Discovery was backed out of the hangar and rolled over to the VAB transfer aisle. This was back on April the 15th, when processing for Discovery had been completed. The orbiter itself at liftoff will weigh 262,035 pounds, just a small fraction of the total shuttle's weight, of which the total is about 4,500,000 pounds. And there we see the sling that will be attached to Discovery to rotate it to the vertical position and then hoist it up into the high bay for mating to the external tank and solid rocket boosters. And this is the rollout from the vehicle assembly to vehicle assembly building at pad 39B, which occurred on April the 23rd. A crawler transporter which moves about 1 mile an hour out to the pad with the shuttle on it. It's about a 7-hour trip out to pad 39B, which is approximately a travel distance of about 4.2 miles. And here we see Discovery on the launch pad. And then the rollback to the vehicle assembly building to do the repairs for the shuttle on the external tank. This is the activity of the repairs going on in the vehicle assembly building. approximately 700 divots on the tank, 728 in total, and about 460 were repaired, and about 200 were able to be flown as is that weren't of a significant depth or dimension to require repair. Main concern, of course, being that ice would form in these divots and fall back on the orbiter during launch. This is the rollback out to pad 39B on May the 16th. Correction, our rollback to the pad was May the 20th, after repairs were completed on May the 18th. And as we've seen from the final inspection team this morning, that there has not been any ice or even frost on the external tank, even though the cryogenic propellants are on board. At T-minus 49 minutes, 15 seconds and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control. Completed the UHF air-to-ground voice checks with Bermuda, getting a good signal from there. And we've had an update on our launch time for today and the launch window. The target launch time will be 6:49:42. 6:49 and 42 seconds. Window will enable us to achieve the ideal rendezvous with the space station. So once again, our target launch time for today will be 6:49 and 42 seconds. And we've also had confirmation that there are no COLAs, no collision avoidance quotients for today. We'll look now at some of the video of the STS-96 crew at the Space Hab processing facility at Cape Canaveral, and also some of the payload flight hardware associated with STS-96 and the Space Hab at the launch pad, and finally some video of Starshine. These are the STS-96 astronauts at the Space Hab processing facility. There is the Space Hab module in the background, and some of the lockers that are to be installed, as we see here, into the Space Hab module. The integrated cargo carrier will be holding two cranes, the Strela, which is the Russian crane,
on UHF,
and the orbital replacement unit transfer device, which the U.S. crane. This is the Strela that we see here. And there are some of the crew members inside the Space Hab module, reviewing the procedures for installation of the lockers. This is the keel yoke assembly being installed, or being prepared for installation. And here is the manipulator foot restraint that goes on the end of the mechanical arm. In the orbiter processing facility, we see Commander Rominger undergoing a check of the windows on Discovery, Canadian remote manipulator system in the foreground.
Thanks for that explanation.
And this was during the crew equipment interface test, where the crew is able to familiarize themselves with mission-specific items on the flight deck. This is the tunnel which was taken out of the payload canister and is being installed into Orbiter Discovery, and will connect the Space Hab with the mid-deck area. And now out of the launch pad, we see the payload canister, which has been hoisted into position at the payload changeout room. And open, we can see the Space Hab module along with the integrated cargo carrier, which can carry the orbital replacement unit transfer device and the Strela. And the Space Hab is being removed from the canister in preparation for its installation into the payload bay, which we see here with the awaiting transfer tunnel. And here now it's being translated from the payload changeout room into Discovery's payload bay. Students at Ron McNair Middle School are involved with Starshine, and here they're seeing polishing some of the reflectors, and the reflectivity very obvious here. And here is Starshine in its getaway special canister on the right aft part of Discovery's payload bay. And back now to a live shot of Discovery on the launch pad. We're now at T-minus 40 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
OTC, CL 212.
Go ahead.
Okay, just to let the crew know that we're getting ready to remove the probe and install the cap so they may get a Claxton master alarm.
Copy. CDR, you copy?
And CDR copies.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 34 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. Shuttle Weather Officer Ed Priselic has just completed briefing NASA Launch Director Ralph Rowe on the weather forecast for this morning. And at this time there is a slight chance of fog setting up. The shuttle landing facility now reports 100% relative humidity, and winds there are fairly light. However, there is some hope that the winds will come up enough to be a deterrent to the fog developing, but about all we can do there is watch for the next hour or so and see what cards were dealt. And at this time there's very slight haze, but no observed fog, although conditions do seem to favor some of that developing if the wind should die off sufficiently. Once again, our targeted launch time this morning is 6:49 and 42 seconds, 6:49:42. At T-minus 33 minutes, 27 seconds and counting, this is shuttle launch control.
CDR OTC, perform pass DFS transfer prep.
And OTC CDR, we copy, that's in work. And OTC CDR, pass DFS transfer prep complete.
Copy. CDR OTC. Perform ohms GN2 press.
And OTC CDR, ohms GN2 press is in work. And OTC CDR, ohms GN2 press complete.
I copy. PLT OTC, perform water spray boiler GN2 supply activation.
And OTC PLT, that's in work. OTC PLT, water spray boiler GN2 supply activation complete.
COFC OTC?
COFC.
Step. 821. Copy. LPS OTC. LPS OTC 212.
OTC PD.
Ready, PD. You've got to go on 830.
Step 830.
That's firm.
Copy, and I'll put that in work.
$827 complete.
LPS on 212.
Yes, sir. I can place printer plotter 2 units 3 and 4 online for step 821.
LPS copy.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
I want to verify the orbiter ECS air damper is closed and the white room ECS air damper is open. 0039.
Copy.
TC to CCD. Heck. Guys, have y'all already given step 788?
Negative. 788 still open.
Copy.
OTC, CFC.
Go ahead.
GNC SCAR's printer plotter setup complete, 825.
Copy.
OTC, CTLS.
Go ahead.
GLS limit change and dual notification for BRS is complete, step 836.
Copy. CDR OTC. Stand by to perform simul air-to-ground voice checks.
And CDR standing by.
OTC PD.
Standby, EPD.
Discovery Houston for the entire crew, comm check.
Hey, Houston Discovery, we have you loud and clear. CDR. BLT. MS1.
MS2. MS3. MS4.
MS5.
Discovery Houston, we have you all loud and clear as well. We will hold the updates till later.
Okay, Houston, we copy.
CEPD, OTC.
Go ahead.
You called.
We're complete through step 834.
Copy.
OTC ECL 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, you can notify OVCC to continue with side hatch closeout per op support setup 20.
OVCC copy.
OTC ECL 212.
Go ahead.
I can give you step 773 at this time.
Copy. CDR OTC, perform cabin vent redundancy configuration.
OTC CDR, that is in work. OTC CDR, the cabin vent redundancy config is complete.
Copy. ECL, you copy?
Yes, sir, I copy.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 20 minutes, 10 seconds and counting.
I've got you loud and clear. How many?
Standing by now to go into the 20-minute built-in hold. And 2, 1, T-minus 20 minutes at holding. This will be a 10-minute built-in hold. An update on the weather situation. The solid rocket booster retrieval ships, about 160 miles downrange out in the Atlantic Ocean, are reporting southwesterly winds 10 to 12 knots, seas 2 to 3 feet, an air temperature of 75 degrees, and a water temperature of 77 degrees. So those are very acceptable booster retrieval conditions. And at the transatlantic sites, we have 3 GO-TAL sites, Zaragoza, Morón, and Ben Guerir. And right now the plan is to use Zaragoza as our TAL site, but right now we have 3 good TALs weather-wise. And we're watching for any chance of fog developing here in the last hour, but right now the weather reconnaissance aircraft does not see any fog in the shuttle landing facility area. We'll continue to watch this as the sun comes up, and hopefully the winds will stay high enough so that that precludes any fog from forming.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
I'd like to give you op support setup 20 complete.
Copy.
And we're essentially ready to leave the white room here, and I'll give you 0857 when I reach the pad surface. And with your permission, we're ready to exit.
And as we're hearing, the white room now is being cleared. The closeout crew is ready to leave the pad.
Copy, standing by.
We've completed a pre-flight software check of Space Shuttle Discovery's Master Events Controller.
OVCC, OTC.
Go ahead.
Step 857, perform clearing of the closeout crew from the FSS.
I copy and work. OTC, CCSE.
Go ahead.
Can I talk to RPS on 155 for a moment, please?
KRPS, OTC. KRPS copies 155. CPVD, OTC.
CPD, go ahead.
I'll give you step 860.
A copy, we'll put that in work.
OTC, CL212.
Go ahead.
Okay, step 786, our cabin vent redundancy check, final cabin integrity check is complete.
Copy. And step 787.
0.002.
Copy. CHCD, OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Step 788.
All right, copy 788.
CDR, OTC, klaxon and master alarm may occur in the next step. You may reset the master alarm, open the cabin vent isolation valve.
And OTC CDR, copy, that is in work.
NTD, TBC, step 906.
Copy.
NTD, safety on 212.
Go ahead, safety.
Yes, sir. We got step 838 yet? Verified?
It's coming along. Affirmative.
Okay, 838 is verified. Thank you. CGSS, OTC.
This is CGSS.
Start second HCU pump.
Copy. OTC, CPVD.
Go ahead.
Give you 861, 862, all vent doors in normal purge configuration. Copy.
NTD OTC, step 862.
Copy. OTC, GNC.
Go ahead.
Steps 931, 932 complete, DEU2 to C12.
Copy. DPS, you copy? DPS copies.
CHTD, CGSS, and JBFX, NTD on 212, verify active on 212, monitor channel 232 for remainder of count. CHTD. HTD verified. CGSS. GSS verified. And JBFX. JBFX verified. Okay, copy all. Thank you.
CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Verify cabin vent open.
And OTC CDR, I can verify the cabin vent ISO is open. And attention all stations, this is the NTD performing the T-minus 20-minute brief. The launch window today has been finalized. The launch window will be 8 minutes and 6 seconds in duration. The launch window will open at 10:49:42 GMT and will close at 10:57:48 GMT. I repeat, our launch window today will open at 10:49:42 and will close at 10:57:48. And we have a cutout today. During the cutout period, launch will not be attempted. The cutout today begins at 10:54:42 GMT and ends at 10:54:52 GMT. And our lock frame back hold time today is 5 minutes and is based on Gox ullage constraints. A second launch attempt is not possible if recycle occurs. And PLT at T-minus 5 minutes, perform APU start upon command of OTC only. And PLT copies. I copy. And CDR, the pad egress system is nominal and the evacuation helipad is 8. And CDR copies. Copy. And control room launch team, disable telephone ringers at this time. Control room access will be restricted after resuming the count at T-minus 20 minutes until after launch or flight crew egress. All personnel not active in terminal count will monitor OIS channel 217. After T-minus 20 minutes, all problems or trends that require a countdown clock hold will be reported to the NTD on channel 212 together with a recommendation. After T-minus 5 minutes, any hold, manual or GLS, should be accompanied by a description of the problem and a recommendation. The countdown clock will continue until T-minus 31 seconds unless the recommendation to hold at the next milestone is necessary. At T-minus 9 minutes, when a go is given, it indicates that the reporting element is free of problems which would prevent a successful launch. If a hold command is requested and issued between T-minus 9 minutes and T-minus 31 seconds, the countdown clock will be restarted upon successful resolution of the problem without a go survey made of all elements. After T-minus 31 seconds, only cutoff is available and will result in a recycle of T-minus 20 minutes. For a cutoff per word, CGLS give cutoff will be used, and the GLS milestones are listed in substep 11. Are there any questions? That concludes the briefing, and the countdown clock will resume in 45 seconds.
DCL OTC.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for step 794?
That's the firm, yeah. As soon as we start, we should be getting that.
And ECL OTC, stand by to give pro words. Close cabin vents on channel 212 at the decrease in PPO2 pressure baseline.
Copy.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 20 minutes and holding, standing by now to resume the count in about 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. T-minus 20 minutes and counting. We'll proceed down to the T-minus 9 minute mark, where we will have a hold of approximately 40 minutes.
performed on both.
Copy. ECL OTC, we're standing by on 847.
That's affirmative.
Into DSTM. Go ahead. Did you give us 906?
Stand by 1. Have attention all stations, the countdown clock has resumed. We're at T-minus 19 minutes and counting. STM 906 is complete.
Copy, 906 complete.
And we have transferred now to the primary assent software called the Ops 101 program. Our weather status board here in the Launch Control Center is green all the way across. Still no fog observed to be forming.
CDR, clear.
And we see just the first elements of dawn coming up over the eastern horizon.
OTC CDR, that is in work.
We've received a report that there is a ship entering the danger area surrounding the solid rocket booster retrieval ships downrange offshore, and an attempt is being made to contact that vessel to move it out of the area of the impact of the solid rocket boosters.
And OTC CDR.
Go ahead.
Yeah, after the fault summary clear on VFS, we have 206 payload class 3, and then a class 2 messages. Would you like those cleared?
You said they were payload?
That's affirmative. There's Spec 206. One is a payload class 3, the other is a payload class 2.
DPS OTC?
DPS. Those are expected.
Okay. And PTC OTC? And CDR, you have to go to reset.
Okay, reset, and we will also do another Spec 99 to clear those, if that's what you concur.
Copy and concur.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 16 minutes, 2 seconds and counting. Shuttle Discovery, as we see it on the launch pad there, on pad 39B, weighs 4,514,454 pounds. And of that, the orbiter with the payload on board is 262,035 pounds. And once again, our target launch time is 6:49:42.
Copy that.
CWS OTC?
Go ahead, OTC.
Step 971.
Copy that. Put it in work.
NTD Houston flight.
That's why, why don't we wait until we get confirmation from CDR that VFS Ops 1 transition is complete, and then we'll pick up with our plane.
Concur, and step 868 is not required today.
Okay, copy that.
And step 944 is not required.
Copy that as well.
CDR OTC.
And go ahead, OTC.
Status of your BFS Ops 1 transition.
Yeah, and the Ops 1 transition is complete.
Copy. CLT OTC.
Go ahead.
Configure pass and BFS horizontal sit displays per your checklist.
And PLT, that's in work.
CDR, configure contingency abort yaw steer and forward RCS checklist.
And OTC for CDR, that is in work. TCSS, channel 212. Go. Hey, Olms RCS crossfeed valves are configured for flight.
Copy.
And Houston Flight NTD on 212.
NTD Houston Flight.
Perform BFS pre-flight uplink loading.
We'll put it in work.
OTC, CL212.
Go ahead.
Okay, cabin vents complete. We're ready for the cabin pressure reading.
Copy that. Stand by.
All non-essential personnel are being cleared out from the launch danger area at this time.
CEPD, OTC.
Booster test conductor now being asked to start the gaseous nitrogen purge to the aft skirts. This flow of inert gas ensures that no explosive or flammable gases can accumulate in the bottom of the solid rocket boosters prior to liftoff.
And OTC, the contingency abort yaw steer and forward RCS step inhibit configs are complete.
Copy.
And as we also heard confirmed from the flight deck, configuration of the crossfeed valves between the orbital maneuvering system and the reaction control system propellant tanks has now been performed.
Cleared launch danger area except for those personnel located by Pacific List at forward observance sites.
Hey, copy off.
CDR OTC. Panel 01A1.
And OTC, go ahead.
Panel 01A1. Report the cabin pressure.
And OTC CDR, we see right at 15 on that cabin pressure.
Copy, 15. BCL.
Okay, ours is 14.72.
Copy.
The Spaceflight Meteorology Group in Houston is reporting that at Zaragoza they have tailwind observed out of limit, so they are looking at that, and we'll be updating their forecast here in the next 15 minutes or so. But we still have two other TAL sites that are green weather-wise, so TAL sites still do not present a problem this morning.
CR, you can restore GNC BFS ops display to launch crash 1.
CR, that's in work. And OTC PLT horizontal sit config is complete.
Copy. PLT, perform MPS helium reconfiguration.
That's in work.
NTD Houston Flight 212.
Third flight.
I can give you step 962. The uplink is complete.
Copy. And CVFS?
CVFS copies.
Thank you.
OTC PLT MPS helium reconfig is complete.
Copy.
NSTM NTD on 212, terminate video tracking and deactivate PAD OIS.
Copy.
NSRO NTD on 212, the KS area is clear for launch.
This is SRO, I copy, and just so you know, computer final loads are complete.
Copy that.
Shuttle Weather Officer Ed Perselek, talking with the launch deck, reports that there's still
The BFS display is...
Still no fog, but still a chance for some to develop, but right now we are still green.
Copy. CDR, you can close cabin vent valves.
And that is in work.
We're now at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. This will be a 45-minute hold as currently programmed.
NOTC CDR, the cabin vent valves are both closed, talkbacks closed.
Copy.
Entity CVFS.
Good, CVFS.
T-minus 20-minute GPC dump is complete.
Yeah, copy that. NOTC.
Copy.
We'll go now to Mission Control in Houston to assess the readiness of the Mission Control team to support today's launch of Discovery.
This is Mission Control Houston at T-minus 9 minutes and holding, with activities at the Kennedy Space Center moving towards an on-time launch this morning of Discovery and its crew of 7. The flight control team here in Houston is ready to assume responsibility for the mission once Discovery clears the launch tower. The ascent team of flight controllers this morning is led by Flight Director Linda Ham, who is overseeing her 6th Space Shuttle ascent today. As the ascent flight director, Ham is responsible for coordinating the efforts of the flight control members on duty here in Mission Control. She is joined on console by the weather flight director, John Shannon, himself a veteran launch flight director. Shannon will work with weather forecasters in Houston to determine if conditions at possible contingency landing sites meet the shuttle's launch commit criteria. Right now, all the weather forecasts continue to look very promising to support an on-time launch of Discovery this morning at 5:49:42 Central Time. Handling communications this morning with the crew on board Discovery is astronaut Susan Kilrain, the ascent Capcom. On console with Kilrain is weather Capcom astronaut Scott Altman.
Thank you.
Altman is in contact with astronaut Charlie Precourt, who is flying the weather aircraft at KSC. Precourt has been flying both the T-38 and the shuttle training aircraft to provide the flight control team with weather observations on the actual conditions at the launch site. Those observations complement the forecast being provided by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at JSC. In addition, providing information about weather conditions at KSC, the Spaceflight Meteorology Group is also watching the weather at the contingency landing sites in the event a transatlantic landing would be necessary during today's ascent. Once Discovery lifts off from KSC, its onboard computer guidance system will place the vehicle in a heads-down position, putting Discovery on course for an initial 173 nautical mile orbit as it begins its pursuit of the orbiting International Space Station. Discovery's altitude when it docks to the ISS will be approximately 205 nautical miles. About 40 seconds into the flight, the 3 main engines will be throttled back as Discovery passes through the dense region of Earth's lower atmosphere. Shortly after that, the engines will again throttle back up, reaching a speed of nearly 4,000 miles an hour as Discovery continues its 8.5-minute climb to orbit. The twin solid rocket boosters will burn out and separate a little more than 2 minutes into the flight, while Discovery's 3 main engines will continue thrusting for the full 8.5 minutes of powered flight. Once the main engines have exhausted their fuel, the large external tank will separate from Discovery and plummet back to Earth, where it will burn up in the atmosphere. While Discovery's 3 main engines and 2 solid rocket boosters will be providing most of the shuttle's push to orbit today, the twin orbital maneuvering system, or OMS engines, will also be utilized during ascent. The shuttle's onboard software system will command both OMS engines to begin firing about 10 seconds after solid rocket booster separation. The total amount of time on the OMS engine fire will be about 102 seconds. The OMS assist burn was developed as part of the shuttle performance enhancement program with the objective of providing more lift capability for ISS-related shuttle launches. About 45 minutes after launch, Discovery's orbital maneuvering system engines will again be fired to refine Discovery's orbit. Over the course of the next day and a half, periodic firing of Discovery's maneuvering jets will take place to adjust the shuttle's orbit as it continues in its pursuit of the International Space Station. If all goes as planned, docking with the ISS is scheduled to take place late tomorrow night at about 11:21 p.m. Central Time. While the flight control team here in Houston prepares to assume control of Discovery's mission following launch, halfway around the world, a similar group of flight controllers have also been busy preparing for the STS-96 mission. We'll now go to Ann Hutchinson in the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolev outside of Moscow for an update on activities there. Good morning, Ann.
Добрый день, Ed. Это Центр управления полетами Korolev. Good afternoon. This is Mission Control Korolev. Here at the Russian Space Flight Control Center in Korolev, about 20 miles from downtown Moscow, Russian and American flight controllers have been making their final preparations for today's launch of Discovery in the STS-96 crew's visit to the International Space Station. Since the Russian Zarya control module and the American Unity module were joined on orbit late last year by the crew of STS-88, Russian and American flight control teams have spent the past several months closely monitoring the health of systems on board both modules. The Moscow teams have conducted a variety of tests of these first two elements of the International Space Station and now report that the station is ready for the arrival of Discovery's crew 2 days from now. NASA has a team of flight controllers known as the Houston Support Group who work here in the Mission Control Center just outside Moscow. This group, known as the HSG, serves as the interface between the Mission Control Centers in Moscow and Houston and expedites the exchange of information and provides technical advice and expertise in the operation of the new space station. HSG operations this time around are being led by Keith Zimmerman, and Sally Davis is the NASA Flight Director representative in Moscow. In recent days, the flight control teams in Korolev have reviewed procedures and plans for the mission's spacewalk for a replacement of faulty battery charge indicators on board Zarya, as well as reviewing transfer activities scheduled during the mission. The team has also gone through simulated docking and rendezvous tests to hone its readiness to respond to any situations that may come up during these procedures. Discovery's launch is set for shortly before 3 p.m. Moscow time today. Following a successful launch, the Moscow flight control teams will turn their attention to Saturday's rendezvous and docking activities, which are set to happen just before 8:30 a.m. Moscow time. American and Russian space workers will be gathering shortly on a balcony overlooking the main space station mission control room here in the Space Flight Control Center to watch the launch.
In addition to Charlie Precourt flying the weather reconnaissance today, all of the entered weather observations and forecasting normally performed launch have been performed over the last 24 hours. The final phase of forecasting began yesterday with a series of balloon releases and the launch of an upper altitude sounding rocket. This rocket measures data between 65,000 and 370,000 feet, and the parameters it measures include temperature, wind speed, wind direction, wind shear, pressure, and density of the air. There are also 9 Raywinson balloons released, which collect data on temperature, humidity, and wind speed and direction, as well as barometric pressure up to about 100,000 feet.
Get those complete.
And then 6 Gymspheres are also released, which provide very highly accurate data on wind speed and direction up to about 60,000 feet.
Let's go. Apparently there's a boat in the box. I think it's going to be a problem at T0.
Okay, and you're working to clear that?
We sure are.
Okay, keep us advised, please.
Will do.
And Houston Flight, we're ready for the crew update at this time.
NTD Houston Flight will put it in work.
Thank you.
Discovery Houston, I have updates to your no-comm mode boundaries when you're ready to copy.
Yeah, Houston Discovery, we copy. Standby 1. Hey, Houston Discovery, we're ready to copy those updates.
Press to ATO 9.2. Press to MECO 1.2.2. Single engine press 104 16.7. negative bend 17.8.
34 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this built-in hold.
2, press to MECO 12.2. Single engine press 16.7, and negative bend 17.8.
Good readback. I have updates to page 2-6 of the assent checklist for your planar window when you're ready to copy.
Hey, Houston Discovery, we're with you on page 2-6.
For planar window 1, nominal ohms 2 HT 190, and no comm ohms 2 HP 160. For planar window 2, nominal ohms 2 HT 901, no comm ohms 2 HP 85.
Okay, Houston, we copy for planar window 1, nominal ohms 2 HT 190, no comms ohms 2 HP 160. Planar window 2, those numbers are 901 and 85.
Good readback. I have updates to page 2-5 of your checklist in assent procedures when you're ready to copy.
The effort is continuing to clear the ship from the solid rocket booster impact area that was reported earlier. That is still going on, so at this time we're still no-go from that perspective. However, that's the only issue that we're working. Weather continues to be go.
At 104%.
In addition to the retrieval ship sending back weather conditions to the Cape Canaveral Forecast Facility, there are also 3 fully instrumented weather buoys that are located offshore at distances of 20 nautical miles, 110 nautical miles, and 160 nautical miles.
Houston Discovery, we're with you on page 8-6.
The max rates in first stage, roll 1 degree per second at 50 seconds. Pitch 1 degree per second at 70 seconds. Yaw is less than 1 degree per second. And then trajectory lofting in second stage is none.
Okay, Houston, we copy the max rates. Roll 1 degree per second at 50 seconds. Pitch 1 degree per second at 70 seconds. Yaw is less than 1 degree per second. And their trajectory lofting in second stage is none.
Good readback. That completes the updates.
Attention all stations, discontinue all non-mandatory LDB traffic for the remainder of count.
OTC, CCSE.
Go ahead.
Okay, I got an update on the audio problem.
NTD?
I'm here. Go ahead, CCSE.
It's been relayed to me that Houston, at their basically their OASD system, they're trying to perform a software patch in order to add an additional circuit, an additional comm circuit. When they did that, the downlink air-to-ground from the orbiter got wrapped around back on the uplink side. That's what gave it the tin can kind of sound there on the air-to-ground. And I'm told that has They backed out of the software patch that they were going to do, and that won't be attempted again during count.
Okay, appreciate the update. And Houston Flight NTD?
NTD.
Okay, we got a preliminary update from CCSE here, but we'll stand by for your final word.
Roger.
And OTC, CCSE, were the recent conversations acceptable on all three audio loops?
In CCSE, essentially, once we confirm that things are stable there at JSC and we understand the problem, we'll reperform a comm check with the CDR on all circuits.
Copy, standing by.
And Houston Flight NTD on 212. And CDR NTD on 212.
And go ahead for CDR.
Okay, Rumble, for you and your crew, as you heard, it sounds like they are converging on isolating what caused the comm problems on the air-to-grounds here. We're awaiting final word from Houston. When we get that, and we'll get a summary, and then we'll reperform comm checks on our two air-to-grounds and UHF, and we think they should be behind us.
NTD Houston Flight.
And go ahead, Flight.
I do have an update.
Okay, proceed, please.
It appears that we were trying to patch a person into our DVIS on the ISS side, and when they did that, we had these problems. And all three interruptions were a result of that. We took the patch out, and we're not going to patch from now through launch. Therefore, we are go.
Okay, very good. And what we'd like to do is have your Capcom perform a comm check with a CDR on the two air grounds and UHF, and we can do that now.
I concur. We'll do a three-way voice check. Stand by.
NTD SR on 212. Stand by, SRO.
Discovery Houston, comm check.
Yeah, Houston Discovery, you have it loud and clear.
I have you the same, and just to inform you, Maroon is still your prime TAL. It is observed go and forecast go. Zaragoza is observed and forecast no-go due to tailwind violation.
Okay, thanks for that update. We'll go to Maroon if we have to.
Okay, and CPSC NTD?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does that simul check look good to you?
Come on, please. Everything's go, NTD.
Okay, copy that. And SRO NTD on 212.
SRO.
Okay, you called?
We've talked about it over video. We are off Cap Green.
Okay, so our target in the box has been contacted and then diverted.
Yes.
Copy that, thank you.
Yes.
And Houston Flight NTD on 212.
Houston Flight here.
Okay, well, we need to perform our launch target, our poly updates.
Not required.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding, with 25 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in this built-in hold.
We're passed earlier.
Word about the ship in the solid rocket booster retrieval area that we've been following. It is a sailboat, and contact has been made with the sailboat, and it is now heading out of the area. It is anticipated that it will be clear by launch time, but it's going to be close. But right now it is predicted that it can clear the area before our T0
And CDR NTD on 212.
at 6:49 this morning.
Okay, well, for you and your crew. As you've heard with that last comm check, we'll put the comm issue behind us, so we'll go there.
And weather continues to be go, as reported by the Cape Canaveral Forecast Facility and Astronaut Charlie Precourt flying the shuttle training aircraft.
Copy that, thank you.
And as you heard, a change to our TAL site because of tailwind. We will not be using Zaragoza. The small satellite that will be deployed from Discovery on the last day of the mission, which is Starshine, is an 86.6 pound hollow aluminum sphere that is 19 inches in diameter and has 878 polished aluminum mirrors that are 1 inch in diameter. It will be deployed at an altitude of 205 nautical miles, and a combination of the spring rotation and the tip-off will cause it to rotate about its pitch and yaw axis at a rate of about 1 revolution per minute. The angular motion combined with Starshine's orbital translation rate of about 2 degrees per second will produce the flashes that we will see, flashes of sunlight from the mirrors every few seconds.
To talk to you here shortly about
Project Starshine plans to launch 1 satellite per year over an 11-year solar cycle. And the basic spacecraft structure for Starshine 2 has already been built by the Naval Research Lab, and Utah high school technology students are working on the reflective mirror blanks. For Starshine 1, there will be about 25,000 students scattered across the United States and around the world.
Okay. And
that will be following the Starshine mission. It will be visible mostly during the twilight hours and can be seen as far north as central Canada and the northern tip of Scotland to as far south as the southern tip of South America, Africa, and New Zealand. Throughout the mission, the students will measure the daily change in the time it takes Starshine to circle the Earth, and we'll use this information to calculate the density of the Earth's upper atmosphere. Starshine will remain in orbit about 6 months and will gradually lose altitude because of its aerodynamic drag caused by the atmosphere's density, and will eventually burn up like a flaming meteor. Students will also be looking at daily solar images and counting the sunspots on the solar surface, and will plot the daily number of sunspots against the rate of change of Starshine's orbital period to learn how solar storms heat and expand the Earth's upper atmosphere, which causes the variations in density and thus produces the aerodynamic drag on the Starshine satellite.
Yeah, so I guess we got a little moisture behind the cover on F1U, and we're going to document it on IPR.
okay, just to document it, and then list the constraint as script turnaround.
No constraint.
Okay, very good. CMQC NTD?
This is CMQC, go ahead.
I need the next IPR number.
96 Victor, 0143.
Okay, now I'll go to COOS, and they'll get an IPR card to you, and OOS confirm no constraint.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is SP. I would like COOS when they're ready to explain here on 212 the rationale for no constraint.
NTD CMQC.
Okay, stand by CMQC. Go ahead, OOS, your rationale for no concern.
Yeah, NTD, it's not, that thruster is not going to be used for ETSAT, and it may or may not deselect. We don't know.
It's
SC and NTD.
Okay,
this is
SC,
I have them on 161.
Yeah, I'd like you to 161 and clean this up and come back and report on what our final rationale is. It's a double outside over to 161. Houston flight NTD on 212.
Go ahead.
Okay, we've got some moisture apparently on our thruster cover on F1U, and they're going to discuss that on 161, and you should probably listen up to that discussion.
We will be there on 161, and our prop officer also saw that.
Okay, copy.
OTC CPVD.
Okay, PVD.
Payload Bay purge flow rates set for launch. It's step 1037, and 1034 is not performed.
Copy. PLT OTC. Clear caution and warning memory and verify no unexpected errors.
PLT, that's in work. OTC, PLT, caution warning memory cleared, no unexpected errors.
Copy.
Tina, can we get any pictures of the
And NTD SP.
Good, SP.
Have see if I can give you an update on IPR 143 and our flight rationale.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, F1U is okay for flight and good to go based on the fact that it's not a one-on-one thruster. It is not used during SN or for ET SEP. What we believe we have is a small amount of water intrusion due to the rain we had last night inside the cover. No issue for the thruster itself. And should the thruster be deselected, it can be reselected after on-orbit ops. And based on that, we like to take the IPR and move it to an STS 103 IPR.
Okay, next flight.
That's firm.
Okay, copy that. Thank you for the update. And SCE NTD on 212.
ST, go ahead.
Okay, with the resolution of IPR 143, I'm not tracking any constraints to launch. Do you concur?
That's firm.
Okay, copy that. And SRO NTD on 212. SRO. I understand the range is red, but you have your system back up, and the plan is to switch that back online at 10:30 GMT, is that correct?
The plan is to make the determination at that I've seen enough that we can commit it for launch.
Okay, copy that, and keep us advised.
Will do.
We're standing by now for Payload Director Steve Francois to poll for the readiness of the payloads on board Space Shuttle Discovery in the payload bay.
This is Payload Director on 133. This time I'd like to conduct our final readiness poll to resume the count at T-9. DPO, Miguel Rodriguez.
This is DPO. Steve, we're ready to go. We're not tracking any problem or issues here in final room 2.
All right, thank you. Space Hab, Dale Steffi. (2A.1) Launch Package Manager, Sharon Castle.
We're go.
Thank you, Sharon. Space Hab, Dale Steffi.
PD, just hold on a second. He's trying to get his OIS working here. Hold on a second.
This is Steffi on 133.
Yeah, Dale. This is final poll for resuming the count at T-9. Space Hab ready?
Roger, we're ready.
All right, thank you. That concludes our poll. Appreciate everybody's effort, and we'll be ready to give our go then.
Launch countdown clock is set to resume in 10 minutes. Mark. CISL, JRPS, Houston Flight NTD on 212. Activate recorder, CISL. ISO copy. JRPS.
JRPS copy.
And Houston Flight.
NTD Houston flight, we'll put it in work.
Okay, copy, thank you. OTC, CHGD. Go ahead. I can give you step 1056. Copy. And SRO and TD on 212. SRO. Okay, status of your command carrier?
Station 28 is FMC, and range is Alpha Cap Green.
Okay, copy that.
Have you done step 1043?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
I'll put that in work now.
Roger.
Attention all stations, this is VNT performing the launch status check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC. Go. TBC. Go. TTC. Go. LPS. Go. Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
Mila.
Mila's go.
STN.
STN's go.
Safety.
Safety's go.
SPE. SPE's go. LRD. LRD go. SRO.
SRO's go. You have a range clear to launch.
And CDR. CDR is go. Okay, copy that. Launch Director NTD, the launch team is ready to proceed.
I copy that. I'll perform my poll at this time. NASA Chief Engineer.
Ralph Engineering team is ready to go.
Safety and Mission Assurance.
KOC Safety and Mission Assurance is go.
Payload Processing.
Payload elements are go, Rope.
Range Weather.
Roger, sir. We have no constraints to launch.
Ops Manager.
Launch Director, Ops Manager, you have permission from the Mission Management team to resume the count.
CDR Launch Director.
CDR, go ahead.
See, Rommel, the launch team has your vehicle ready to go. You guys have a great mission.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We really appreciate the hard work and giving us a first-class vehicle.
Copy. NTD, you have my concurrence to proceed with the countdown.
And Launch Director, I copy. Attention all stations. Countdown clock will resume in 7 minutes. NTD ISO. Good ISO. Ops 2, recorders activated. Copy. MS2, OTC, panel 019, TV power switch on.
OTD MS2, that's in work.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding with 6 minutes 30 seconds remaining in this 45-minute planned built-in hold. We are on schedule for a launch at 6:49 and 42 seconds this morning. And as we heard, the range has cleared us to launch, so at this time there are no constraints to an on-time liftoff. Once we come out of the T-minus 9 minute built-in hold, the master computer program will be assessing all of the parameters for ground systems as well as the space shuttle, and will be monitoring up to 1,000 different parameters during the final 9 minutes to make sure that they don't fall out of any predetermined limits which we need to commit to launch. And we'll hear that confirmation that the ground launch sequencer has started when we come out of the T-minus 9 minute built-in hold. Also at that time, all of the launch team personnel in the firing room will switch over to one single channel. And the shuttle weather officer will give a final review of the weather conditions and forecast to Launch Director Ralph Rowe. At T-minus 9 minutes and holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
Countdown clock will resume in 4 minutes. Mark.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 9 minutes in holding, 3 minutes remaining in this built-in hold. Other milestones as the countdown resumes under the direction of the ground launch sequencer will be the retraction of the orbiter access arm at T-minus 7 minutes and 30 seconds. At T-minus 6 minutes, the auxiliary power units will undergo a pre-start procedure on board Discovery. The flight data recorders on board will be started at T-minus 5 minutes 30 seconds, and then the critical start of the auxiliary power units at T-minus 5 minutes. And also at that time, the firing chain will be activated.
Countdown clock will resume in 2 minutes. Mark. Countdown clock will resume in 1 minute. Mark.
Here in firing room 1, there's very little discussion on any of the channels, and the team will be all on one channel when we come out of the hold. But right now there are no problems and there is nothing to discuss. Coming out of the hold now in 10 seconds.
Countdown clock will resume on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
And we're now at T-minus 9 minutes and counting. The ground launch sequencer is now controlling the countdown up until the T-minus 31 second mark, when it will hand off to the computers on board Discovery for the last 31 seconds. The last 31 seconds, Discovery is in complete control of all activities regarding the launch. And all of the computers on board will be voting as to the readiness of all systems to ignite the 3 main engines and finally the twin solid rocket boosters.
PLT,
Configure fuel cell essential bus source switches.
PLT inward. FTC PLT central bus source is connected to fuel cells.
Copy.
And in about 15 seconds, we should see the orbiter access arm begin to retract from the access hatch.
TLS is go for OAA retract.
And this can be moved back into position around the access hatch in about 30 seconds if there should be some kind of an emergency and the crew needed to get off.
CRPS, start APU strip chart recorders. Yes, copy. PLT, perform APU pre-start.
APU pre-start in work.
T-minus 6 minutes.
LTC PLT APU pre-start complete, 3-grade talkbacks.
Copy.
The command for the pilot to start the auxiliary power units is coming up here in about 30 seconds.
TLS is go for orbiter APU start.
PLT, perform APU start.
APU starts in work.
CDR, reconfigure heaters.
And heater reconfigure in work.
And Rick Husband now flipping 3 switches on the cockpit to start the auxiliary power units.
Yes, the heater reconfigure is complete.
Stop.
LTC PLT APU start complete.
Copy.
And report that we have 3 good auxiliary power units.
TLS is go for purge sequence 4.
And the orbiter's flight controls are now being moved through their area of travel. The rudder being moved. Now the 3 main engines are being gimbaled or steered through their rate of travel. now have been returned to their ignition position. Pressurizing the LOX tank should begin momentarily. And next we will see the gaseous oxygen vent arm be retracted, the beanie cap from over the top of the external tank.
Unexpected errors.
PLT, teamwork. LTC, PLT, caution warning memory cleared, no unexpected errors.
Copy. Flight crew, close and lock your visors and initiate O2 flow. As certain as the risen sun, may your international teamwork be the dawn of new human discovery.
And thank you very much. We're getting our visors in O2 and we're going to have a great flight.
TLS is go for ET, LH2 pressurization.
T-minus 1 minute, 45 seconds.
One minute, 30 seconds.
And that's it.
External tank at flight pressure. 3 engines on Discovery are ready. And the sound suppression water system is now being armed. We're now turning off the solid rocket booster joint heaters.
1 minute.
Final check now of the solid rocket booster commands. Liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen fill and drain valves are closed. External tank strut heaters are now off. Payload bay vent doors now being positioned. Standing by for the handoff to Discovery's computers. The handoff has occurred. The ground launch sequencer has handed off to Discovery's computers, which are now controlling the countdown.
20.
SRB nozzle gimbal complete. Firing chain is armed. T-minus 15 seconds. Sound suppression water system is now activating. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And liftoff of Space Shuttle Discovery on the first mission to dock with the orbiting International Space Station. And the vehicle has cleared the tower.
Houston Discovery, roll program.
Roger, roll Discovery.
Houston now controlling. Roll maneuver complete. Discovery now in a heads down, wings level position, headed to a 173 nautical mile orbit, inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. Engines now throttling down to 67% of rated thrust as the orbiter passes through the area of maximum aerodynamic pressure. Three engines now back up at 104%.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Roger, Houston, go at throttle up.
Discovery's 3 liquid fuel engines now back at full throttle, 104% of rated thrust. Altitude now 8.5 miles, downrange 6 miles. One minute 30 seconds into the flight, with more than 2.25 million pounds of propellant having already been used, Discovery now weighs half of what it did at liftoff. Standing by for the next major event, which will be the burnout and separation of the 2 solid rocket boosters, occurring a little more than 2 minutes into flight. booster officer confirms good separation of the solid rocket boosters.
Discovery 2-engine maroon.
Roger, Houston, 2-engine maroon.
Discovery performance nominal.
Houston, performance nominal.
In the event of a single engine failure, Discovery could now reach one of the transatlantic landing sites. Telemetry indicating all 3 engines still performing very well. Altitude now 42 miles, downrange from Kennedy Space Center 61 miles. Three minutes, 25 seconds into flight. Everything continued to look good. 3 good APUs, 3 good fuel cells supporting Discovery's climbed orbit this morning. Altitude now 55 miles, downrange from KSC 112 miles.
Discovery, negative return.
Discovery is now too far downrange and has gained too much altitude to return to the Kennedy Space Center in the event of an engine failure. All data continuing to show 3 good engines performing this morning. Altitude now 62 miles, downrange 165.
Discovery, press to ATO, select Zaragoza.
Roger, Houston, press to ATO, select Zaragoza.
Discovery could now reach orbit on 2 engines should one fail. All 3 engines still continue to perform well. Four minutes, 50 seconds into the flight, 66 miles in altitude, 224 miles downrange from Kennedy Space Center.
Discovery, single engine ops 3.
Roger, Houston, single engine ops 3.
Discovery, press to MECO.
And we copy, press to MECO.
Discovery could now reach a safe orbit on 2 engines should one fail. All 3 engines continue to perform very well. 5 minutes, 55 seconds into flight. Discovery now rolling to a heads-up position.
Discovery, single engine Zaragoza 104.
Roger, Houston, single engine Zaragoza 104.
That call indicating Discovery could reach the Zaragoza transatlantic abort site on 1 engine should 2 fail. All 3 engines continue to perform very well at this point. Altitude now 67.5 miles. Downrange from Kennedy Space Center 402 miles.
Discovery, single engine press 104.
Roger, Houston, single engine press 104.
Discovery could now reach orbit on 1 engine should 2 fail. All 3 engines still performing very well at 104% of rated thrust. Altitude now 65 miles, downrange 548 miles. 7.5 minutes into the flight, Discovery's engines are now throttling back to maintain structural limits on the orbiter as it approaches loads near 3 times normal gravity. Eight minutes into the flight, standing by now for main engine cutoff. That event scheduled to occur at 8 minutes 24 seconds into the flight. Booster officer confirms main engine cutoff.
Discovery Houston, nominal MECO, ohms 1 is not required.
We copy, Houston. Nominal MECO, ohms 1 not required.
Separation of the fuel tank also confirmed by the booster officer here in Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston here in the flight control room. The flight director Lindham doing a poll for the photo maneuver of the external tank as well as a shutdown of the auxiliary power units. Discovery is currently in a highly elliptical orbit of about 173 by 40 nautical miles. A little over 30 minutes from now, the ohms engines will be fired to place Discovery in an almost circular orbit of about 175 by 171 nautical miles. That ohms 2 burn is scheduled to occur 44 minutes into the flight.